Good morning, committee. Good morning, members of the public and staff. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It is currently 9:01 a.m. I'd like to confirm that with the exception of Councillor Burry, all of our committee members are here and present today. As we have been discovering over the last couple of months, some of us are here in the chamber and we have a couple of members of committee who are joining us via Zoom. So this is our hybrid format. I'd like to, confirm that Councillor Burley has sent in his regrets for today and will not be able to attend. I'd also like to confirm that our CAO is actually away on a training session. So in his place, we have Director Donaldson as our acting CAO. So thank you very much for stepping in. I'd also like to confirm that the rest of our senior staff are here and present and available for us today. There have been no public comments received at TML public comment at Muskoka let me try that again. TML public comment at muskokalakes.ca. A reminder that today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka website and YouTube channel. By participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. I would like to also acknowledge that we do have a supplementary agenda. One of our delegates today, Mr. Justin Edwards, had some comments that is on item 4C. So you will find those in our supplementary agenda. At this point, I'd like to ask committee if there's any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Okay, seeing none. Just a reminder on two things. First of all, that all of our motions have been pre-populated with random movers and seconders to expedite this meeting. And just as voting, members shall physically raise their hand until the chair has confirmed the vote. If the vote is unclear, a verbal vote will be recorded by the clerk. This is not considered a recorded vote. And just as a reminder for all of us, if we can just keep our hands up a little bit longer. I have had some feedback that when you're watching or viewing, it's sometimes difficult with the hybrid format just to see how things are voted. So just make sure you hold your hand up until we actually have that vote completed. Thank you. And at this point, I believe we can move on to item 4A, which is our delegations. I'd like to welcome Ms. Bridgeman from Residents Against Muskoka Poverty. I've had a chance to speak to a couple of our delegates, but just a reminder that we have 5 minutes. And last month, in the spirit of continuous improvement, we tried something last month. And that was at the 4-minute and 30-second mark, the cell phone went off, and that we all found that sound to be kind of jarring. So, but the whole concept or intent behind this is to help our delegates understand where they are in the process without us as the chair having to interrupt. So this month, in the spirit of continuous improvement, we are going to be trying the bell. So if you would like to demonstrate, our clerk, at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, similar to when we went through our debates, that is the sound that you will hear. And that's just a cue to wind up. The other thing that is slightly new for those of you joining us is an adjustment in our agenda. So once a delegate has spoken, it is our opportunity as a committee member to actually ask questions for clarification, fact-finding of the actual delegation. We will be saving the discussion on each of those items until further on in our agenda. I think you'll note it is item number, it's under new business, right? Item number 11, is that correct? Yes, item number 11. So it'll be our discussions on each of these items will happen later on in today's meeting. So with that, Ms. Bridget, I'd like to welcome you here today, and we look forward to hearing about Residents Against Muskoka Poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. How's that? Okay, restart the timer, please. Okay, we're good. Chair Mazan and committee members. Barb Bridgeman, 1080 Cedar Rail Drive, for Carling P0B1J0. So thank you for having us here. This is mostly an informational presentation so that you can understand what some of your community is doing out there. And we do have one ask that I will save to the end. So thank you. So a little bit of background, no, back one. A little bit of background. When I ran for council last time, John Klink and I had a discussion. I had no idea of the level of poverty in Muskoka, and I had been here for 55 years at that point as a lakefront resident with my parents. So I said to myself, this is district officially, but let's try and do something to help our vulnerable population. So with the group of people, and Councillor Mazan was on that in the beginning, and two friends, we did our research and we decided that we would start an organization called Residents Against Muskoka Poverty. So it took a little while to focus in on what we actually, our mission and vision is, and I'll get to that in a minute, but maybe next slide. So just to begin, I think one of the biggest misunderstandings is that people in poverty, I'll get to my notes, people in poverty are often in survival mode, and support systems taken for granted by you and I are not there. And what I mean is, unless you have food, unless you have a stable living environment, there is no ability and no energy to do anything else. So that question, why don't they just get a job? Well, there's lots of reasons why, and there's all kinds of barriers, including even transportation. You don't have a car in Muskoka, you don't get anywhere. Next slide, please. So just to put this in pictorial form, this is Maslow's hierarchy. And you can, I suspect most of you are familiar with this. So what we've done as RAMP is we're trying to help bring down generational poverty. And we didn't want to recreate all the things that everybody here is doing. So what we came up with and focused in on is we wanted to look at programs that actually give people the ability to lift themselves out of poverty. So these are programs that provide tools or education for people to learn those norms that you and I take for granted. That includes showing up on time for something. I mean, we're talking basics here. So there are a number of organizations here in Muskoka that do that. And so that's where we are on that, on this. Next slide, please. Just as a wake-up call, because I was astounded by this and I'd already been doing this for a few years, 60% of our permanent residents make under $40,000 a year, which is pretty staggering, actually. And I know one person said to me, I actually stopped and asked the woman who was helping me with my house in the summer to keep it clean. And she said, well, by March, I'm at the food bank. So very busy in the summer and not working in the winter. Next slide, please. So our vision and mission is to create a community that is strong and sustainable. And the better our people being able to work, because we're a service industry here too. It goes back and forth. But we really want to build awareness. It became obvious that most of our lakefront people particularly do not know about this. So our mission is awareness and then impact and support. Next slide, please. So sustainability, what does it mean? I know it's a term that's kicked around a fair amount, but to have a sustainable Muskoka, we need strength everywhere. And so that is the first step. And then the programs that are focused on lifting people out of poverty, what we realized was every single one of these programs depends on government funding, which has absolutely, wow. Okay, so supporting these programs is important. Just one more. So these are our partners so far. We've had trouble finding programs in Muskoka that do this. I know Habitat on Friday actually is turning over the keys in the Bala bill. And I think we better go to the last page. I have missed a lot here, but we have a great website and we'd be delighted to have you look at it. And if it's all right, Lori is just going to give out some business cards. She'll hand them out for here. So what we're asking of our councils, and we've been to Lake of Bays and we've been to Bracebridge, is that you become an honorary champion, which just means you're on our website. So,
And please spread awareness. I'm sure that you will. Please let us know if there's any programs here that you think fit our and they have to be able to be measured to make sure that they actually work. And these are longer programs. And in terms of the rest of it, I do have, we're going to ask that you pass a motion, which the other ones have done. And I'm going to give you the one from Lake Abays that came in June's as a template. That was really hard. Thank you very much.
You did a fabulous job. It is hard. It is hard. And that's why we're trying to find a balance in this. So thank you. Committee, do you have any questions for Ms. Bridgeman? Councillor McIntyre.
I just want to tell you how excited I am to be here, or that you are here. I think that the poverty in Muskoka is profound, and it's something that we just don't know about. And I am so excited that there's a group out there that's working on it. And I want to thank you for that. When I was driving in this morning, there was a news, I was listening to the news, and they were talking about how Ontario has this huge surplus. And there were people getting excited because why is that not being spent on healthcare, or why is that not being spent on teachers, which are, of course, really serious issues that it should be spent on. But we have people who are living on $760 a month. And why is it not being spent on that? So well done. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. And to that point, during COVID, all kinds of tablets were sent up here. I mean, broadband is one of the biggest issues for people who don't have transportation because they can't afford it. And so over half those tablets were left unused. So our young people who are already disadvantaged lost 2 more years. So it's just sad, right?
Yeah. Thank you. I see Mayor Kelley, Councillor Zavitz, and Councillor Roberts. So Mayor Kelley.
Thank you, and through you. This is wonderful. I'll echo all the words of Councillor McIntyre. I have a quick question and then a comment. In order to become a champion, what do you want from us? Just a letter or something, each of us individually, or this council as a whole?
If you, so maybe I could elaborate on that, Mayor Kelley. We have people within the community who are permanent residents and seasonal residents who are our champions because we organically want to spread this word. They have big social networks. They are committed to helping our Muskoka understand that. So they are sort of our active champions. And so in the honorary champion category, we certainly wouldn't ask fundraising. I know you can't do that and we wouldn't ask for that anyway. We just want to be able to say, we've been to all of our communities and our councillors support the efforts that we are doing. And it's sort of like a badge of honor for us if we can have that on our website. And please let us know if there's programs you know of.
Thank you. And just last question. I think the positioning on Maslow's pyramid is somewhat unique. It's not just a matter of putting out money to calm your own conscience. This is an investment of time and energy and social skills and all that good stuff. Is that a crowded space? Are there a lot of people that you run up against trying to do the same thing?
No, and actually our partners, like the YW has great programs, and Habitat we all know about, but Big Brothers Big Sisters, the mentoring is allowing these young children to see how other people live and the norms and all of that other things. So they are thrilled because one of their biggest challenges for many of them is reaching that seasonal population. So they are very, very happy with that. But no, there is no one else doing this. And as we've gotten better known in different areas, because a lot of questions came in about the food bank. Well, I hope everybody gives to the food bank. It's essential, but that's not our focus. We took us a while to get there, but we're staying razor focused on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, and thank you, Barb, and your group, of course. I wonder, though, you mentioned Lake of Bays and some sort of a document. Is there a way today that we could sanction, I guess, looking to the words of the presenter, that we could support this in a more philosophical manner today with some sort of a document that is a resolution that shows our support for this?
So
I don't see any
yeah,
paperwork.
so perhaps what I could suggest, because our discussion is happening a little bit later, perhaps you could make sure our clerk has that information and we could incorporate that into our conversation on under item 11. I keep forgetting which item it is. So thank you for that. Councillor Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, through you. And first of all, a comment to Mrs. Bridgeman. What a pleasure to see you on Zoom. And when you said that it was difficult to do, it reminds me when I was in grade 5 and the teacher would give me assignment to do a public speaking for 5 minutes, and I could hardly speak for 60 seconds. That somewhat has changed. And I don't have time. So great, I understand that. I have 4 questions for you. The first one, do the programs that you have, do your programs or the people you have partnered with, how do you show success? And can you tell us about your successes so far?
Well, good question, actually, Councillor Roberts. They have to document everything for this funding that they get. So they do keep track of the people that have been through their programs. And some of you may be familiar with Kelley Jones. She's very active within this community and she works for the Y full time now. She is the example of coming through the YWCA's 2 programs and Circles it's an 18 month to 3 year program to mentor people through it. So she is now out there actively speaking and Complete Energy. So that's one of them. And the other one that I mentioned before is Habitat, who's another one of our partners. The keys are being turned over to the 2 new families in Bala. And part of Habitat is they sit down with them and they do financial planning. And so these people have to understand how to carry the mortgage, how to make sure it works, et cetera, besides actually working on the homes that they build. So those are 2 examples.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have 3 other questions.
Sure. Thank you.
How is your organization approaching communities to create awareness?
Well, thank you again. I think maybe that was answered through our champions who are members of the community who are going to use their networks to go out and spread the word to everyone. And part 2 of that is we have set up with Muskoka Community Living or Foundation a ramp fund so that can be dispersed to our partners. So there's that part of it. So if anybody says, what can I do to help? And doesn't want to do a deep dive, because it's not easy to do a deep dive into this. If you can volunteer or financially donate to that ramp fund, then it is dispersed to our partners who have been vetted.
Okay. Good, thank you. That's good. Yeah. So a couple more questions is that you mentioned strengths everywhere. And you suggested that like when through your delegation, you talked about broadband as an example of how we could strengthen. What are some other examples that the township could help bring focus to that will strengthen the message everywhere?
Well, a lot of this falls to the district in terms of the official duties of the township and the district. But just speaking about it, I think, Councillor Robertson, and if you're willing to say, please get in contact with RAMP if you're interested, we would be delighted to meet those people and hope that they would become champions for us. So I think it's just to carry the message out to everyone is probably what we would ask of council more than anything.
Okay, I think
Councillor Roberts, do you have one more question?
Yes, one more question. I think you've answered my last question about special awareness and to get the message out. And is there anything else that the township specifically can do to spread the awareness other than individually? Is there something the township can do? And it's a hard question, but I just wondered, can you think of anything?
Not that I can think of at the moment, but I'll let you know if I do. And if I might, Chair Mazan, we have permanent residents and seasonal residents. In terms of that strength that you talked about, we are covering all of our Muskoka residents in terms of having people help us spread the word. And I think that's really important too.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Zavitz has a question and then Councillor Edwards.
And through you to Barb, if I might, I don't see the food bank on here now. Is that a different pipeline for you? Because of course they are that pipeline to the people that would be most in need and would perhaps be part of your of that target audience. Can you speak to that?
Yes, I can. In terms of our focus, it is on lifting people out of poverty. So the food banks are part of that security that they need. Maslow's hierarchy, that's the food is the first thing that needs to be stable for them. It isn't our focus, Councillor Zavitz. We encourage everybody to support anything that's going on here, and particularly food banks, but it is not where we would allocate our resources or our funds to, because if we don't stay focused, and we learned that, you end up going everywhere, and I don't think you end up being effective. So that's why. But please, everybody donate to food banks.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you very much. Excellent program, and you commented on it. If there was training for these people, as you said about and that we don't have transportation, if we use some of our community centers, offered them so that people could go and learn, have courses and that there. Even getting people out, especially the elderly, just to socialize would I think would help as well. So you know, that is one thing that we can maybe help you with, if there was anything like that. And if anything there's that we can do would be of a help, I'm sure. So thank you.
So Councillor Edwards, that's interesting. I'm going to go back to our partners like the Y, and I mean, they do tremendous outreach, and perhaps coming to the community centers is something that would be helpful for them. So that's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yep, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Boy, thanks, Barb. I've been talking about this for 20 years. Not much gets picked up around this table, I will say. Historically, we have though successfully, so I've been involved with the Y since about 2006. We have successfully run circles programs in our township. We facilitated use of our Bala Community Center, for instance. The Chamber of Commerce assisted when there was no internet available at the Bala Community Center. We've had lots of examples of what has happened in this township. One thing we don't talk about enough, and I think, Barb, you could really talk more about transportation. It is the number one issue that we found out, and this is from a district discussion as well. And if some of you may remember, we tried to do a bus run, a school bus run, so that when the school buses were done, they would then start picking up people and driving them around the lake. That was not so successful in Muskoka Lakes. And so, for instance, it was available maybe 2 times a week, and you had to get your timing perfect, and it wasn't going to get you to that doctor's appointment in Gravenhurst and home by 4, because it just wasn't. But I've said this at our council table many, many times, and yet we are not looking at it. We need a mode of transportation. We need something available. So Innisfil, for instance, was the good example for that. They started out with the Ubers. There are some transportation things available through the district. Again, very tough to navigate. So even right now, I know that there's a gentleman in our community going through cancer that I'm trying to get some further assistance through the district. I just happen to have paid attention and learned who to zero in on. But again, very, very difficult to find all of those because the needs are kind of split out, you know, so I'm just saying that this is not going to go away anytime soon. And I appreciate, but Muskoka Lakes is even that more unique than any other. And I hate using that word unique, but we are just so different than the towns. We are so different from the towns, and our ability to reach those members in the community that have needs. And we have actually tried many programs. We had a couple of the district programs through the Nest, if you had heard of the Nest. So the Nest operates out of Huntsville, Bracebridge and Gravenhurst, offering of opportunities for people to come and shop for their children or for themselves and that type of. We ran that out of Torrance. There's a whole nother story about that and how some didn't like used clothes being put in the basement of our community center. Like that stigma, you know, like I'm just saying that is so real, and it was real around our council table. So thank you for bringing this to this council, because we could be thinking and doing a little bit more and knowing our community much better, I would say. But there's lots we could talk about, but I'm just saying, we have done things in this township. Yeah. And I will say, again, the biggest obstacles have tended to, and I will also say, we also brought ladder training. We brought other training courses through the district. Again, I had to learn, all you have to do is ask, but you needed to know how to ask or who to ask. But they offered those training courses. We did those in the township of Muskoka Lakes, and that was done in March, and guys people were prepared for employment, you know, once winter was over, sort of thing. So those things we have done, and I think we could do much more successfully. I just don't know that it's not that we can facilitate within our own town, this council chambers. I think it really gets a much broader discussion about who those trainers are, for instance, and where those facilities that we could use, borrow, that type of thing. Essentially, it could look similar to a fire training evening kind of event, those kind of things. But I'm just saying that I don't want anybody to think that we're anywhere like, you know, Huntsville, Bracebridge, Gravenhurst. We just have way more challenges.
So to your point, Councillor Nishikawa, if you'd like to go to district and suggest that perhaps we need some unique help, we will be there to advocate. Just let us know.
So no, yes. I've done that. But again, you need to have a plan. Like okay, what are we specifically asking them to do? Right. They will step up, more than happy, but you have to have a plan. Just saying.
So thank you. And I just wanted to see if there's any other questions. I do have a question, if I could. Having been involved, I do know that there are some really fun and playful but very impactful videos that were created to help us spread this awareness to the audience that I know that you're primarily trying to get to, is just those who are just not fully aware and understanding the depth of the issue. And I would love it if you could send those to us after the fact as a committee, just because I think that helps illustrate the understanding and the connection about how us lifting people up and out actually strengthens all of Muskoka. If we're in this together, then you know, then I think that's a powerful tool. So I think you had one more comment, and I do want to comment, committee. We kind of slipped away from our questions and moved into a bit of discussion there. I did allow that to happen because I wasn't being consistent with everybody, and it started right out of the gate. Clearly, this has triggered a real interest with the committee, which is wonderful. We will be having further discussion as to next steps later on in today's discussion. But if you have any final comment, did you want to respond to something?
No, I wanted to apologize to Lori for not introducing her properly, actually.
Thank you.
So Lori Campbell is she and her husband own a company here, permanent residents, one of our committee members who just exemplifies to me the working together of everybody. So Lori, thank you. That was it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for attending today. Clearly, you've got a lot of interest in the group, and we look forward to hearing more from what your organization is up to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thanks, committee. At this point, I'd like to welcome Mr. Young from Muskoka Conservancy. I suspect he must be in Zoom. Welcome, Mr. Young. Can you hear us, Mr. Young?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Excellent.
Thank you. And I suspect you just were watching through that last delegation.
I
You
was,
might have-
yes. I
That one-
understand about the bell.
I'm going to try to keep it to questions because we will have an opportunity for discussion afterwards, but I suspect your topic might spark some real curiosity as well. So we're just trying to finesse this as we go through these meetings. So
I understand.
thank you. And at this point, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Mazan. It's wonderful to be here. I really hoped to be there in person today. I've really enjoyed my latest tour of visiting the municipal councils has been live, and I've really enjoyed that. And I've really enjoyed doing it without slides and just sort of introducing myself and seeing your faces. Unfortunately, today I don't have a vehicle, and so I am in Bracebridge. You are in Port Carling, and I was unable to get there today. So here I am on Zoom. My name is Scott Young. I'm the Executive Director of Muskoka Conservancy, the Nature Conservancy of Muskoka. And so we do a lot of work in the township of Muskoka Lakes, as we do across Muskoka. And I would just, I'm here today just to tell you a bit about that. And I do look forward to your questions. I did have a look at your agenda, and I see that it's packed and it's long and it's heavy. So I'm going to try to be quick. We do more than nature protection and land acquisition. We have programs that teach kids about nature, that provide mentorship, we have volunteers that we offer guided nature hikes with experts. So there's lots of things we do to interact with the public and to build up that sort of consciousness of the value of our natural environment. But land protection is really at the core of what we do. So our key purpose, our mission, if you will, is to work with landowners and other partners to acquire the ownership of land and protect that land as a nature reserve. We also acquire an ownership interest in land, where the private landowner would continue owning the land. However, we would have a registered easement known as a conservation easement. That's another way that we protect land. In the township of Muskoka Lakes, this is a long-time partnership. We've been working with the township, with different councils to help protect lots of land in the township of Muskoka Lakes. We're all over the place pretty much. I think we have more than 10 properties in and around your township. We're on Lake Joseph, we're on Lake Rossa, we're on Lake Muskoka. We're inland, we're on the waterfront, we have wetlands. So we're really excited to protect all that. Overall of Muskoka, we're up over 50 properties now. We're close, I think over 4,000 acres of land, protecting over 60,000 feet of natural shoreline on the big lakes. That doesn't even include the shorelines of all the wetlands and sort of the mushier places we protect, but that's just on the big lakes. So that's a big number. When I'm sure all of you appreciate how difficult it can be to acquire property that includes waterfront on the Big Lakes. So, that's over 60,000 feet, and over 700 acres of wetland. And every year we're acquiring more, and every year we're growing. We're super proud of that. It's a real success story for Muskoka. A couple of examples, I think, that you may have heard of. I know some of you have been part of, is Highlands Island. Great example. Our first ever we've been doing this since the early 90s. 1987 we were founded, been acquiring properties since the early 90s. We just got our first property on Lake Rosso. And so we're super proud of Highlands Island. Over 3,500 feet of natural shoreline protected in a very busy part of the lake. And we're super proud of it. And your council helped us tremendously in doing that. We owe a huge thanks to Don and Seth and Teresa Mirsky, who actually donated 2 developable waterfront properties valued on the market at, I think, around $7 million, donated to the Conservancy to be protected forever. Great example of working with generous property owners, working with the municipality to make it happen. A very big deal. Another example, something we call Source of 3 Mile Lake Nature Reserve. It's actually in Huntsville. It's 150 acres of headwater properties, but these headwaters, this giant 150, this is just a piece of a bigger wetland, all flows into Muskoka Lakes Township. And so this wetland flows into a river that flows into 3 Mile Lake. And as we know, 3 Mile Lake has some algae challenges, blue-green algae. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Young, I just want to let you know your 5 minutes actually is up.
Oh,
So
I'm
if
sorry.
you could just wrap it up.
I
that would
will
be
wrap it
wonderful.
up. So yeah, just saying, like, protecting the headwaters of those lakes is really important. And so, yeah, I'll just wrap it up by saying, this is about balance. This is about people having fun and also unspoiled views and peace and quiet. And, I know some of you might ask what you can do to help, and I'll just wrap it up to say, say nice things about the Conservancy, join us on one of our hikes, introduce us to your friends and family, whether that's through social media or just bring them out to an event. Volunteer if you have the time. I know you're all busy. Become a member, become a monthly donor, name the Conservancy in your will. There's lots of ways you can help other than just land and money. So yeah, that's all I have. Just again, wanted to introduce myself, say hi, and give you a quick intro of the Conservancy and what we do. So
Thank
yeah,
you.
happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Committee, do you have any questions for Mr. Young? Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Chairman Zan, and through you. Thank you for your presentation. Very helpful. Just a quick question, which maybe I should know the answer to, but what would you perhaps do with this beautiful lot on Lake Rossa that you've just gotten from the Murskys? Is it intended to be for public use? Is it a park? What's the plan for that?
It's a nature reserve and will be protected for its natural values. So that's our primary purpose, is to protect nature for nature's sake. So ecological values, habitat, water quality, things like that, protecting fish habitat, protecting that riparian area, which is so overdeveloped in Lake that, it's very, very rare to find a long stretch of unspoiled shoreline. So that's the primary use. We also have properties that we open to the public and are for public use, but it has to be, we do have management plans for each property, and it has to be the right property. If we're going to put in a trail, it has to be the right property. A great example of this, just outside of Port Carling, is what we call the Pinelands Bay Nature Reserve. It is right between Lake Joseph and Lake Rosso on the Peninsula Road, just off the Peninsula Road before you reach Port Sandfield. It's about 85 acres. We are going to put a trail in there with a trailhead and some parking. So there will be public use amenity on that nature reserve. But that doesn't change the fact that that nature reserve's primary use is to protect nature. The public trail use is a secondary use.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yep, very much.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions? Seeing none, I just would, just building upon that last comment you were making, Mr. Young, if you have plans and you have your trails, if you could kindly connect with our Director of Public Works and our Recreation Department. I know that we have talked about this before, but it sounds like you have some new plans as well. So just ensuring that everybody has the same information, that would be great.
Okay.
And with that said, sorry. Thank you, Gord. Thank you very much, Mr. Young, for attending today.
All right, my pleasure. And
Enjoy your day.
enjoy the rest of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Excellent. Okay, on to item 4C, Mr. Edwards, welcome.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me speak today. My name is Justin Edwards. I'm a local business owner and resident of Bala. My family's been local for 4 generations, and I'm here to speak to you about a proposal of public interest to rename the Bala Arena in honor and memory of the late Peter Cowan. We have submitted a formal asset naming application for your consideration. As many of you may know, Peter tragically lost his life in a workplace accident here in Muskoka back in November 2022. The Cowan family is very well known throughout Muskoka and in particular Bala. The entire family has made a very strong impact to the community, and they are the definition of a true hockey family. As all residents know, the Cowans were a household name growing up in the arena. Peter's father was the arena manager for 27 years from 1974 to 2001, and his 8 brothers and sisters all grew up playing hockey in Bala. This was their second home. Peter was one of the highest skilled players to ever grow up playing and representing our town. He was always a leader and a captain and a very impactful player and person both on and off the ice. Bala residents would always flock to the arena to watch his games. Peter and the Cowan family can still be seen in various team photos hanging in the arena throughout the years. Peter's impact to the hockey community went beyond playing in Bala. He was a coach here in Port Carling from 2011 to 13, and his skill and passion for hockey was shared with many of today's Muskoka youth. Not only was he a phenomenal hockey player, but he is also a local small business owner, husband, and was an amazing father to 2 young daughters. His hockey career led him outside of Muskoka, where he continued to play at an elite level for the Bancroft Hawks and Lindsay Muskies, as well as York University. He was very active within the township doing tree work for cemeteries, community centers, and other township properties. Understanding renaming an asset like an arena would be a major consideration. And although nothing will ever bring back Peter to his family, having somewhere that his daughters are able to go and see their father honored and remembered by the community will show them that he was very important to not only the hockey community, but every resident of Bala and the township. Through approving this application, we will show the Cowan family that they will have continued support during this very challenging time, and no matter what, his name will be forever a staple of Bala and a staple of hockey in Muskoka. We did initiate an online signing to show that the community does stand behind this proposal, and it's reached about 1,500 signatures, which is well beyond the population of Bala. Thank you for your time, consideration, and any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Committee, are there any questions for Mr. Edwards at this point? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, and just as we discussed, we will be having a further discussion on your request later on today. So thank you very much for coming to us today, and thanks for your very succinct presentation.
No problem. Quick question. So the discussion later today, will there be questions for me at that point, or is that just in-house?
That's an in-house within committee discussion. So
Okay.
Thank
Excellent.
you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Our clerk has just reminded me that she will email you after our meeting today. Okay, thank you. Okay, item 4D, Mr. Shawn Whiteley. He's online. Okay, thank you. Mr. Whiteley, welcome.
All right. How are you today?
And I'm sure you've heard the protocol that our clerk is timing us and that 4
Yes.
minutes, 30 seconds. You'll get it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me today.
Welcome, and I'll turn the floor over to you.
Sure. Yeah, so our ownership group is looking to have a team and junior hockey team in Port Colborne or Port Carling, sorry. And we met with Kyle at the arena. We came up there about 3 weeks ago. We met with him at the arena. We thought it was a great location. The first year we're gonna have 4 teams in the league: Berks Falls, South River, Severn, and hopefully Port Carling as the 4th team. And then Bracebridge is getting a new arena next year, so they can't have us this year, but we're speaking with them for next year. So I spoke with Kyle, and there's opportunity for ice time for us. We really want to partner with minor hockey, so we're not there to interrupt minor hockey. But he said there is ice time available for 2 to 3 practices a week, which would be non-prime, and then 1 home game a week for 20 weeks, including playoffs. And he said Fridays and Saturdays are available. So a couple things we're looking at is a possible ice break on non-prime ice, where our practices will be 3 times a week, 1.5 hours each time, starting in mid-September. Second option is to sell rink boards. I know right now Kyle said it has to go to council because it's a money issue. So we'd be willing to give 30% back to the township. It's for the rink boards we do sell. Kyle also mentioned the concessions are run by minor hockey, which we're okay with, but we would like to partner with them and be able to sell some of our junior hockey merchandise in the concessions if possible. So the dressing room is probably the best dressing room that we looked at, which is great. But he said we would have to move our stuff on weekends, which is understandable. So it wouldn't be a permanent dressing room. So we would option for us to bring in a sea container on the back of the arena or the side of the arena. And Kyle said it could be a possible option. Team advertising. So within the rink, with the permission of the township, we'd want to put up home schedule, logo, posters, all at our costs, and just talk to the arena manager where we can put stuff up within the arena to advertise the team. We're looking at 10 Friday night home games and 10 Saturday afternoon home games if possible. So our ownership group is a one group. It's not all separate ownerships, and we're looking to build the league up your way with teams in towns that don't have junior hockey right now. So marketing in a small community is very important. We have a marketing plan in place where we execute sales of season tickets, merchandise, auctions, and other items. The new team logo and overall branding has to be visible throughout the community. And then we want to promote the brand, the team, the players within the community, especially and on social media platforms, well in print, radio, and TV. So any community events our players will be at. We want to be involved with minor hockey, having our players at practice. We really want to be a community team. Home games, we want to be all fan friendly. We'll make every home game a special event. We want to have fans engaged in our hometown team and make it a fan friendly environment for those in attendance each night. So we'll have lots of promo nights throughout the year, and we really want to engage in the community and be a community team. So it's important to have a good partnership if we get a team in Port Carling and have that a long lasting partnership. So, any questions?
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
You're all done. That was great. Committee, are there any questions for Mr. Whiteley? Councillor Zavitz and then Mayor Kelley.
Thank you. And through you to Shawn, the presenter. I guess the word that keeps coming that I've written down here is viability. You mentioned a very small group of teams, and of course, it's got to start somewhere. Are you looking for an expression of interest by our township to somehow partner with you or accommodate you in Port Carling at our arena, or are you looking for something greater?
Yeah, something greater for sure. I mean, if we could place a team this year, and if the rink boards and the other stuff that I asked for aren't possible, that's not a deal breaker at all. And I told Kyle that too. He just said that kind of stuff has to go to council, which is understandable. So if we don't get the rink boards or the discounted non-prime rates, that's not a deal breaker for us. We really like the arena. We really like the community. I think it's a good place to have a team there. is one of the cleaner arenas that we actually looked at. I mean, we looked at some really nice arenas, and it seems that all the arenas in Muskoka are built very similar. But we had some good talks with the other towns in townships. So yeah, we would love to have a team in Port Carling if we could.
Thank you. Mayor Kelley.
Thank you. And through you, and just keying off Councillor Zabit's question, do you have a business plan? Do you have some sort of pro formas or financials or something a little more tangible than, I mean, it sounds like a worthy cause, but I'm having a hard time understanding how it's going to hang together through the course of a season if you've done revenue projections and expense projections, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I can send that to you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Whiteley, I didn't hear your response.
I can send that. I can send you the revenue projections for the year. Yeah, not a problem.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bose, or Councillor Bosemuth.
Yes, is again along the line of Mayor Kelley. Are there enough people in the community to support a team like this? Do you have done an analysis of the population and people live here and their income to be able to participate?
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we did our research on all the towns up there. A lot of the leagues we've found that fail have too much travel. So all the teams that were in the GMHL, 15 teams just folded this year because of travel. So we're trying to keep it within that 1.5 hour radius where travel is limited for players to travel. So we'll still travel with coach buses, but it won't be 8-hour trips to Windsor, Ottawa, and that's financially. And then with the amount of games we're going to play 40 games. So our projection on attendance is, and I spoke to Kyle about it, we're looking around 150 to 200 a game. But I think Port Carling is a good community for hockey, as well as Bala, that area there. So I think knowing that area and learning about it through Kyle a bit, also having good conversations with him, I think we can put a team there and be successful for many years.
Thank you. Councillor Bosemuth, the supplemental.
What other towns or areas in Muskoka are you approaching? Because certainly a regional rivalry might make this much more attractive.
Thank you.
So yesterday, South River finalized our contract with them. Berks Falls was at City Council yesterday, so I'm going to speak to Graham today. And we're just waiting on the Public Works Director at Severn. The lady that I was speaking to left. She actually retired, so I'm in conversations with Severn for a spot there too. Bracebridge will be for next year, just because their arena is closing soon. So, but yeah, we really want to keep it close, and I think that you're right. It will with the distance between the teams, there'll be some rivals, and that's what you kind of want, right? Come playoffs.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, that's through the chair. Are there going to be local players, or are you looking to bill it, or how are you handling that part of your system?
Yeah, so it'll be both local players as well as billets. We have over 150 players that filled out the prospects form. Obviously, some of the arenas don't have ice, so we're going to do prospects camps throughout, basically from Niagara up to North Bay. But we already got some of those dates finalized now that we have some teams. But yeah, our plan is to have probably half local and half billets. And if we can have more local, that'd be also better also.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions? Okay, Mr. Whiteley, I'm sure we will be having a further conversation about this one under item 11. You're welcome to stay around in Zoom if you'd like to throughout this meeting, but that will be probably in a couple of hours before we get to that. Okay. And but suffice to say, our clerk will follow up with you afterwards.
Okay, and one more question: just when could this be finalized by, possibly, if we were to do a deal?
Good question. Maybe I can look to our Director of Public Works.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam Chair, the intention behind having Mr. Whiteley present today was to inform committee of his proposal, and to seek your guidance in terms of direction. subsequent to that, I can then, if you'll grant me the permission to do so, I'll negotiate a suitable arrangement within, I would expect, the next 2 to 3 weeks.
That'd be
Okay.
great. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. I'd like to ask our clerk as well to speak.
If I can just add to that as well, that we are sitting at committee at this time. So any decision made today would have to be ratified by council. And that will be in July, so in about 4 weeks' time.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards, do you have one more question?
Yes, and that it would have to be ratified by council. But if we do support this today, I think we could get everything in line that if we support it today, it's going to be passed at council, I believe, as long as the arrangements through the Director of Public Works
Okay.
are fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other, Mr. Whiteley, thank you very much for coming today for your presentation. And we will see what the next steps are after today. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Okay, item 4E, Mr. Hughes. Welcome, welcome. And you are here to speak to an item that we haven't yet had on our agenda, which is item 7A, a license agreement application.
Yeah. Well, again, my name is Vic Hughes. You have a Port Carling address. Thanks for having me here today. As Chair, Mayor Kelley, councillors. I guess I would like to just do a quick review of the staff report. If I could, I did buy the property in 2020 for the purpose of an investment. A property originally was going to be a rooming house, as I was told that I would be able to rebuild said rooming house without any real opposition. I decided shortly after that perhaps a 4-block townhome complex might be better suited to the property and bring some more something better suited to the town. So we designed at no low expense. We designed a beautiful 4-block townhome complex, and I was actually going for rezoning for multi-residential zoning. At which time I spoke to the Director of Public Works and was received a pretty strong opposition based on 2 feet of road allowance, which there was apparently no negotiating, and I was, I think, very poorly informed at that time that I wouldn't get past that opposition, so it wasn't worth even going to council. So we just we put that one on the sideline and went back to the old rooming house plan, which we have now built. It says in the report that we only have 2 parking spaces in existing on that property. There's actually 4, and on my survey it actually shows an additional 2 that sit behind that aren't actually on the road allowance. I guess my question would be with the application for the occupancy agreement. I would be looking to add some parking up the hill on the road allowance. I guess the opposition comes in in regards to the realignment of West Street, which I guess we actually pulled the survey and looked at the 66-foot road allowance, the 2 chain link road allowance. And it shows that the bottom of my property at 2A West Street is actually right on point at 33 feet at the corner lot line of the road allowance. The very top of my property is actually about 6.5 feet off-centered onto the road allowance. So it's only 6.5 feet. That wouldn't actually affect so much the parking area that we're proposing, which will be designed by Tim Harvey at Pinestone Engineering. It's only 6.5 feet. We can easily accommodate that if that's the purpose of the realignment of West Street, is to put it centered in the road allowance. And if it's not, if that's not the purpose, I don't know why the road wouldn't need to be realigned in the first place, unless it is the purpose just to put it in the center of the road allowance. Maybe I could get some answers in regards to that, because I haven't been given much in way of answers as to why West Street needs to be realigned in the first place. So if I could get some answers in regards to that, that would be fantastic. And again, if it is just to realign it, within that 66 foot road allowance, then and we can easily accommodate that within our proposed parking area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Committee, just a reminder, this is a chance to ask Mr. Gross some questions. So if you have any questions at this
please.
point. We will be having a further discussion when we get to the
course.
actual application. We've heard from staff at item 7A. I'm seeing no questions.
No answers either? No?
Well,
Okay.
You will hear
okay.
more of the conversation as we get to, I'd like to allow staff to
Okay.
prepare their presentation as well.
Again,
Is that-
approximately how long does is the process, once we finish at council? And again, I appreciate you having me here today. Approximately when will that happen today?
We will be having a discussion at, probably fairly quickly, actually. It's on item 7A as to the actual staff report that we've received and some of the comments that you've shared today.
Yep.
Once we've determined the next steps from that discussion, that decision goes to next month's council meeting. Once it's ratified at council, whatever that decision may be, that's the decision that's finalized. So
as I'm sure it's also well aware, so Muskoka Hospice, which we also committed a good portion of we donated a lot of time to getting that project completed as well. We did all the finishes on the project and worked closely with the Andy Potts and her Memorial Foundation and Bob and Matt Haynes. Made a serious commitment to getting that project completed. So with having a 15-room house on that property, which I do intend now, as I was denied the opportunity to put a fourplex there, it's going to create quite a lot of traffic congestion on that property, or on that street rather. So just having some parking would alleviate some of that congestion on West Street.
okay, thank you. I see that Councillor Zavis has a question.
Yes, of course.
Good, thank you. And through you to Mr. Hughes. So you obviously read the staff report I'm sure you're very acquainted with it. Under site visit, the last sentence reads, although sloped with appropriate retaining walls and a second entrance off West Street, it would appear that the applicant could create additional off-street parking spaces wholly on the property.
Yep.
What that
Yep.
certainly grabbed me when I was doing
sure.
my pre-reading.
Sure.
What does that mean to you? Can you speak to that?
Yep. So we took that quite seriously, and we went and obviously off the survey, we did every possible model for parking that we could. We only have 40 feet from the edge of the building to the property line. It is an extreme gradient, which would require some fairly substantial retaining to create that parking area. I mean, a parking space is 20 feet and you need a 20-foot radius just to turn around in that parking area. So it's just not even possible. We've ran every single model on AutoCAD possible. So actually Tim from the Muskoka Lumber Design Office and we sat down and went and put parking spaces, everything. Like you could possibly get a couple of parking spaces in there. It'd just be extremely difficult. And I mean, we're not looking to, we're looking to make some improvements to not only my property, yes, but the road allowance on the street. We're not looking at, we'll obviously work with the township to get that done, but there's really no other parking options available on the property. So whoever made that observation obviously did get it with a measuring tape and measure what was possible there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, councillors, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you. Committee, I'm noting we've just finished our delegations. I'd like to suggest we take a 15-minute break and we will start back up with item 5A. We'll just take our break now. So that would be 10:20. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, committee, thank you and welcome back. I believe it's 10:20. Is everybody with us? Councillor Kent and Councillor Roberts, I see you. Great. Everybody else is back in the room. Fantastic. At this point, we're going to move on to item 5A, which is a presentation from Mayor Kelley on working groups. So I will turn the floor over to Mayor Kelley.
Thank you. And am I on the clock?
Yes. Maybe I'll auction off the bell for this one. Okay, thank you.
I can do this in 3 minutes because it was such a comprehensive report. Everybody already knows this stuff. I just want to start by picking up where Councillor Mazan left off when she said it was in the spirit of continuous improvement. And that's literally what I'm trying to propose is a tweaking to the way we get stuff done outside of council and committee meetings. As I'm sure everybody knows, in the past, we've had these formal standing committees that are dedicated to a broad subject and staffed with, I think, always a combination of councillor, staff member, and usually, in every case, members of the public. There are some issues with those committees, not the least of which is that if you don't keep everybody gainfully engaged in on specific tasks, they tend to devolve into something that gets meddling in the minutia, and we get on the wrong side of the line between setting strategy and setting policy and actually implementing same. So I've taken a hard look at what performed best last term and over the last several terms. And it's something that I think has various different names, something called a working group, something called not a standing committee, but basically a task force. And what I'm proposing is that we move forward with many of the large issues that need some mulling over, consideration, discussion, and debate outside of committee and council chamber, that it be handed off to something called a working group. The old system of subcommittees was also hampered by the fact that they were policy bound, they were statute bound. They required, sorry, I'm jumping all over the place, having a hard time. That's okay. Everybody's read it. So they were policy bound. I mean, we tied up resources. We had to have meetings on a standing committee on a standing basis, whether we had a real issue that needed resolution or not. We needed to give notice to the public and invite people to participate or witness. We needed to keep minutes and record minutes and share them, regardless of whether anything really transpired at an individual meeting. And I unfortunately, I think they tied up too much time and energy of staff, just the formality of maintaining a standing committee. With the example of working groups in the past, and we've had a few, probably the most notable are the Parks and Rec Master Plan. Also, clearly from the last term, the official plan, what was it called? Review committee? I think it was called a review committee. It was sort of a specific group of people selected to perform or fulfill an individual task. The task was defined in sort of terms of reference that were set by council with timelines. There was regular reporting back to council or committee, depending on how it was set up, of progress. And at the end of the day, when the work was done, the group was disbanded and went on its merry way. The other thing, as I think happened in more than one case, as new issues came up on a specific task, there was flexibility to add people, subtract people. People came and gave us their expertise and then moved back into their private life, and we were able to add other people with different expertise to solve different problems. So I think it's a lot more relevant, a lot more useful, a lot more responsive to the specific needs, and much less cumbersome on the time and energy of our staff. So a couple of things that I'm going to wrap before the bell. item, I think it's 7D. 7D today is a proposed overhaul of the procedural bylaw. It was already something that needed to be addressed, and it is not being done specific to this, but it's a good time to address the necessary steps that need to be taken to legitimize and create this environment of task force, set the ground rules for preparing terms of engagement for them and for staffing them. So there will be some discussion that comes of that when we get to that item in the agenda later this morning in a few minutes. So the last thing, one of the things that occurs to me is how will we populate this? And there are several issues that I think could be easily handed off to a task force and could, with specific guidance as to what we are looking for in the way of input and feedback and a deliverable and a timeline. I'm not going to propose those right now. They all would need to come to council. They will need to be approved. But I can't help but wonder if a good starting point wouldn't be some sort of task force dedicated to environmental issues. I believe we all talk lots about environment first. And I think it would be prudent to put a group of people together to specifically look at how we can take advantage of information that's already being gathered, data. There's tons of data out there, and I'm finding this out in my role on district council. There are multiple groups, some of whom I've never heard of before, that are gathering data that can guide us in planning, guide us in zoning, guide us in other matters where we kind of run aground when we want to make a change to our policy. I'm not proposing that right now. I don't have a specific term of reference, but it might be something that is worth looking at as a starting point. And there are several others. I think that's pretty much everything. And I'm under the bell.
Oh, you took the bell. That's so funny. I was wondering where it was. Okay, that's fantastic. Did you know he'd taken the bell? You did. Okay. Conspiracy here. That's funny. Okay, committee, do we have any questions for Mayor Kelley? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you to the mayor. I guess in terms of reading the presentation and hearing it, and having sat on the Economic Development Committee the last 4 years, which was, I guess, a subcommittee, and now we're switching gears, looking at a working group, and I see a lot of reference to, and heard a lot of reference to not appropriate use of staff time. And I'm a little confused by that more than the words more than anything. I guess, I'm looking at wondering who would set parameters. And of course, it would need to be in this room, I would think, for that subcommittee to establish whatever parameters they're going to work on, parameters for topics, subject matter, timelines, goals, right? That whole thing. And I guess one of the things that I can't help but wonder is the first thing this Minuteman team is going to do is attack the environment, which is the world's biggest problem. I think it's amazing that when I read this, that it says created on an as-needed basis regarding to specific question, issue, or task at hand, and a clear start and end date. What an elephant that is. I mean, I would have thought that we would have looked at a number of, and this may be further down that road, but I would have thought that we would have had not a shopping list, but a more specific group of asks, and on those longer term might be the environment. But what does this group do? Get together and say, let's buy 8 new electric trucks, and let's do this with solar panels, and let's do this to mitigate the problems with the environment. So I'm as concerned that this just seems like a really large solution to a problem I'm not sure I knew we had.
Okay, so I think
Which isn't a question.
Oh, no, there's you had a few good questions, I think, in there. What I heard was staff's role in there, and also just have the concept behind environment, but you might have heard some other ones as well.
No, and there are some good questions. So through you and to Councillor Zavitz, just remind me if I missed some of them, but I don't, if I said in inappropriate use of staff time, I think that was a wrong way to characterize it. It takes up a lot of time to hold meetings, regularly scheduled meetings where there is actually no real items of business to be resolved. Under this task force, there is no standing obligation to meet until there's a reason to get together and meet. So it's a little more efficient way to hold a meeting than to bring everybody together on notice to the public and not really have meaningful things to talk about. This is on an as needed basis. It will meet on an as needed basis. It will draw on staff resources, but it won't be done every 30 days on a regular schedule or regular cycle. Unless there's a may happen more often than, quite frankly, if there's a lot going on. So it's really a better way to match the expected output of the working group with the demands on staff, particularly the clerk's department for calling meetings and putting the meetings on. So the other thing is, and you know, I kind of sensed even when I was reading this myself the other day, throwing out environment is clearly if there will be no working group called environment, but there may be a working group dedicated to, you mentioned electric vehicles, developing a green policy for the township and its assets. That would be a very specific, identifiable, not short term, but quick question. It's not this overall stretch this environment word over as much as you can. There may be a dozen things, looking at water quality testing, looking at working with, I think there's a lot to be gained, just my own opinion, with working with other municipalities around the watershed, of which there are at least 13, who half of whom are not part of our district. They're developing their own protocol for water testing. They're trying to take their own rules on water quality and develop their own theories of recreational carrying capacity. It seems to me that a working group here plugged into that effort around the water should pay great dividend, but specifically task oriented, not this is the environment team. This is the team dedicated at looking at coordinating, measuring and monitoring and using water quality as a way of adjusting development rights on the waterfront. Something that specific. It really is to get away from what you're suggesting, which is this great big name. I threw it out more for discussion than anything else. It's not, you know, there's probably a dozen different issues that would fall broadly under the heading of environment that could give rise to this kind of work, but not one committee. 15 different issues to be resolved. I can't remember if there were other questions. Was there another one? Did I miss one?
I don't think so, but I just want to make sure. Okay. Just so it, perhaps for my own clarity, if you're throwing the concept of an environment out there, I think the whole concept as I read it was that we talk about it a lot, but we haven't necessarily had the mind power to devote to saying, what does this actually mean? And are there actionable things we should be thinking about in a more, I would say, strategic way? And I think over the last term of council, we've spoken a lot about the importance of, I'll say, protecting the environment, but we also know people live here. So it's not like we are living in isolation of that. So finding a way to more thoughtfully approach from a township standpoint and an approach on the environment. So that's how I interpreted it. But and I do see Councillor Roberts also has his hand up, so I apologize. This is the chair. I shouldn't have done that. It's just as I was coming off the heels.
Let me just quickly respond because I think
Okay.
you're right. I think we kind of reduce it to a cliche or a bumper sticker that says environment first, but we need to actually break that down into meaningful issues, environmental, you know, that impact our environment in a negative way. How do we understand them and deal with them? Saying environment first doesn't solve any problems. Breaking it down and solving problems is how we move this forward.
Okay. So now I see Councillor Roberts, Councillor Kent, and then Councillor Zavitz.
Good, thank you. Maybe the first one would be define what the heck we mean about environments, you know, define it. So that might be the first task force. So thank you. It's my questions were the same along the same line as Councillor Zavitz. And basically mine was, and maybe it'll come down more, what specifically, I guess my question, when maybe it's not appropriate this time, what specifically will be staff's involvement in a working group? And that's my first question. And so you can tell me we're going to beat that out eventually or before we get started. So that would be an okay answer. That would be my first one. What specifically would be the staff's involvement in a working group?
Okay, thank you. Would you like the clerk to comment?
I'm not sure whether you mean sitting as a member of the working group or you mean overseeing the activities of the working group.
Sitting as a member of the working group, I would interpret that we would bring them in as we need them. But actually, would they have to be there to take minutes? Is it just one of the things that pops to mind? Which we did on the OP official plan. The minutes were done by staff, but also we got Councillor Bridgeman to do them. So I'm thinking that the minutes would probably be done by the committee. Because
I think
yeah, go ahead.
If it's okay with you, Councillor Roberts, I'll have our clerk respond. I think she has.
Okay.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Roberts, and through the chair. Great question. So it's a little bit different with the task force because it's not following the same parameters that a sitting committee, such as the committee we're sitting at right now, would follow. So when it comes to council or a standing committee, which is already in our procedural bylaw, and we're not recommending any changes with that, you have to follow the procedural bylaw, and there's notice that needs to be provided. The minutes need to be in a certain order, that type of thing. For a working group, it's a little bit different because it doesn't have to follow kind of those same parameters. So there isn't as much burden on the committee, not that they should be keeping minutes and keeping notes and all of that, but there isn't quite as a large burden on a working group as there would be, and I shouldn't use the word burden, but there wouldn't be as much work involved with it. When it comes to staff, staff would be appointed via the CAO. So per the CAO's bylaw, it would be the CAO who would appoint staff into those working groups as deemed appropriate. And they would always have the support of the clerk's department as well if they needed assistance in any way, in any procedural manner or anything like that. But it's all as deemed by the CAO per the CAO's bylaw. That answers the question.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Yes, I did have a little more supplement, not a supplemental. I had the questions in. And Councillor Zavitz did mention about what's the process, how do we define what we're going to working to, and I think that'll probably be all flushed out once we get this approved. I think that'd be one of the first steps we do, and it can be as simple as the interested councillors or committee members getting together saying this is what we're looking for, or it could come out of it. The other question I did distribute to the Parks and Trails members of last term. The agenda item and asked them for the comments, and from the ones I received, they were supportive of the idea. They just had one question, and they said, yes, but we still would like to have how would we have an opportunity to make suggestions for changes to parks and trails? So I'm asking for them how they would go about doing that.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Kelley, did you want to comment or?
I'm just confused. Do you mean public members who are actually put on the working group?
No,
or do you mean members of the public who are observing what's going on?
No. Specifically, the Parks and Trails Committee would come up with ideas and the past committees on how we should move along the parks and trails.
Yep.
And suggestions of we need to repair this bridge or stuff like that. And it was a focal point. And so how would anyone now provide focal point suggestions to I guess the Director of Public Works?
Can I ask Director of Public Works? Sure. Okay. Director Becking?
Madam Chair, I would suggest that the most expedient way to deal with those kinds of issues would be to refer them to me directly. If the individual has a comment or a suggestion, certainly they can email me or mail or call or whatever, and I'd be more than happy to take their suggestions. If it's of a nature that is broader than something within my authority or purview, obviously I would bring it forward to committee, and it would be for this body to make a decision as to how they see it being disposed of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kent.
Well, thank you. Now, of course, I don't have the history of having worked on any of these committees or working groups last council session, but it seems to me that the mayor's idea of simplifying and reducing paperwork, and I wouldn't call it bureaucracy, but paperwork and cumbersome activities that go along with a committee is a very, very good idea. I think you can accomplish the exact same things that you could accomplish before, unless I'm missing something, in a more efficient fashion. I would suggest, and I assume this, Mayor Kelley, is what you're recommending, is that council comes up with a scope of work or a outline of areas to be evaluated and thought about and considered. Then you send, with that scope of work from council, you send the committee off, the working group off to review those issues in the manner that they see as most efficient, bringing in staff as needed on the committee and discussions. I think that's, it reduces all the cumbersome activities that I think, that go along with our council and finance meetings, et cetera. So I'm supportive of it. I just think we need to make sure that the working group has a clear outline of what is the expectation is. Even if that expectation is broad, it says, please come back to us with what you think the key issues are. Here's what we think they are. But it should definitely have a general outline up front. And I assume that's what you meant anyway, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Kelley.
Yes, thank you, and through you. And yes, that is exactly what I meant. And in fact, just to piggyback on one point, the actual terms of reference, the actual marching orders to the working group will be approved and delivered up by either this committee or by council. So
Okay.
It'll be very specific, very clear as to what the expectations are. They will be set by committee or by council, wherever it comes.
And maybe a timeline.
So if I could just add, and then I see that you have another question, Councillor Zavitz. The experience last time, I think the example you used was the Recreation Master Plan. And for those of us that participated on that committee, it was endorsed by council. There was a very clear mandate. There was a start and end time to it. And through that, we flushed out many of the details that today we are starting implementation of. So I think that model had proved to be quite successful, but embedded in that model was very much a partnership between staff, public members, council representation, as well as an accountability structure and schedule to allow for the entire committee and group that was sitting around this table at the time to be updated appropriately, so that by the time a final report or final project completion date was done, it was something that everybody had been able to participate in along the way. So I think that model seemed to work. And I would suggest that I think that this is the approach and the concept around the environment without having it completely defined as of yet. That approach is something that could be taken in this particular case. So Councillor Zavitz, I apologize. You have one more.
Thank you, through you, actually 2 points, and I guess both to the mayor.
Okay, sorry, just put your hand.
And certainly you can go, she can go first if you'd like.
Councillor Zavitz.
Okay, thank you, and through you to the mayor. I guess 2 points. First question, is this an either or scenario? Is this a working committee or a working group, a subcommittee or working group? Is it either or?
Thank you. Mayor Kelley?
No, we're not. We're actually retracting anything. Are we taking the standing committee out of the procedural bylaw? No, the opportunity will still exist to do it either way. This just formalizes the working group approach.
Okay, thank you. If I might, what does that mean though? I mean, I mean, does that mean that we are still going to have I mean, I'd be in support of it, but we're still going to have an economic development committee. I wouldn't be in support of this if those committees, Heritage, the others are going to be set aside for working groups down the road with a set criteria that will to establish, because, you know, this surely feels to me rather ad hoc. It's rather more casual, perhaps even more comfortable for some people. But I do recall, again, the last 4 years of economic development, that I was very helpful to have a staff member in the meeting at the time, in real time, to a little bit of steerage and, you know, this happens, that can happen, a little bit of clarification instead of breaking, going out. I just think it would add a lot of time. So I guess my question would be, I'm not sure how we could have both, and how does that look? And I guess that's to the mayor.
It
Thank
might
you.
be to the mayor, but I think our clerk, if I could, wants to comment first and then.
Okay, so currently we have to have council, and then we have our standing committees, which there are no proposed changes to that. So this is a standing committee. Planning committee is a standing committee, and those committees have to fully follow the procedural bylaw, all of the notifications, everything like that, and they stand for the entire term of council. Those committees also look after certain areas. So when you're talking about economic development and heritage and all of that, right now they're broken into these committees. So economic development is reporting right now to this, but it's bringing reports to this committee, and heritage is going to planning committee at this time. So a little bit different than how it was set up in the past. And that's kind of on a standing ongoing basis. For an ad hoc committee, as you said, or working group, what they are is very specific. So it has to have a terms of reference or a mandate. That's a must. It has to outline how many, all of the members who are being appointed, and keeping under the 50% council. So it has to have that. It has to have a timeline. So where they report back to and when they report back. So it must have that included as well. And staff will always be included in that as well. So we wouldn't be looking to have a committee without a staff member on it. The staff member that is associated with it would just be determined by the CAO, but we wouldn't ever have one of those meetings without having staff present at it. So I hope that kind of clarifies the two different types.
Mayor Kelley, did you want to add? Okay. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Mayor Kelley, you made this way more complicated than. I'm just saying, because in fact, this municipality up until 4 years ago ran exactly what you're talking about. So if I was just to use the Heritage Committee as an example, and Councillor Everts has been on that committee over the years. So we might have had a couple of councillors on it, but it was primarily made up of the community. And in fact, we would have someone designated at that time to say, you're going to be the secretary and take those minutes and those types of, and so since my first committee that I was ever involved with municipality was back in 94, it was run that way. And was up until the last term of council, we had that same sort of committees running. And I found it very challenging, and many people would know my Parks and Trails experience, we were very productive. That's why we have the trails that we have today, because of that private, like citizens working group. And we would come up with a game plan, and then we would go and meet with the director of public works or whatever that, whoever that person would be. And we would flesh out what the game plan was. And that's why, if we did have a recreation master plan at that time, and some of that information, and at any time, any of us can go and pick up those documents and say, like, here's a project, let's pick up that project. And it really is about finding those projects and picking them up. But these committees have historically been in use in this township before. So it's nothing new, it's nothing more complicated. And in fact, in my opinion, it worked much better with citizens on the committees, and actually, in fact, even chairing the committees. It wasn't necessarily a councillor that had to, chair the committee, essentially. Kind of like how your hall boards run, right? And so I think that's probably the best example is hall boards and how they function. And I don't see these committees running any differently. You just made it sounded to me very complicated. And in fact, it's not so complicated. Just let the folks at it. And I bet you the results you get back are going to be huge in the first year, is my opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Bosemarth.
A question, I think, to the clerk. Are these meetings public?
Good question. Thank you.
Working group meetings, are they public?
So they wouldn't fall under the requirements of all of the procedural bylaws, so you don't have to necessarily provide notice and all of that. That being said, I would always recommend that any meeting that the township holds be open to the public, whether it be live streamed or not. I can't say just because that is some staff time, and it could be held in a different location as well. That's allowed, but they absolutely could be made public.
Could I just add to that, Councillor Bosemarth, just very
But
quickly?
do they have to be public?
At this time, no, the way that procedural bylaw is written. But it's your procedural bylaw and you are allowed to amend it at your will. So
if I could just add to that, one of the pieces of accountability and transparency that our committee had was very comprehensive minutes that were included in the agenda packages. So that was allowed everybody to have the same information, but the actual meetings themselves were not done in a public forum. Councillor Zavitz and then Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. Through you, I guess to the clerk. So just to be absolutely clear, is staff involved or not? Because I'm hearing a fudge factor. You know, if they're available, perhaps they can be there. And that's me paraphrasing, but I need to know to be supportive that staff will be involved. And if they're not, then I won't be supportive. Staff need to be in the room, as far as I'm concerned. Whether it's a working committee, a subcommittee, a working group, whatever it's called, staff's a vital part of this process. And for us to do it in isolation, or that committee established to do it in isolation, I don't believe it's going to get the job done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Their clerk, thank you.
thank you for the question. I can assure you that yes, they will be. I had initially had it written in the procedural bylaw amendment. However, because the CAO appoints them, we had to remove it out of that section because council wouldn't actually appoint them. But I can assure you 100% these committees would not be meeting without staff being present.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess just a couple of points. If you have a committee, it's there for 4 years. On the heritage, we had a lot of experience, so it's there. Same with economic development and everything else like that. So I can also see like subcommittees like that. Heritage did not meet monthly. It was just when required, but then you have the backup. I can see subcommittees for other things and that. I would still say if you have a subcommittee, there should be minutes so that the public eventually know what is happening and that. I don't have a problem. I could try and that subcommittees. We have had them for Manette. We had the and that, so you could have ad hoc both ways. So I would be supportive of trying it and that because it's something new if it streamlines it. But I'm just wondering if we should have some subcommittees as economic development because you have experienced people for 4 years. They're on it. They're dedicated. And that, but like I say, for other projects, I think we have a working group. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Kelley, no. Councillor Roberts and then Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very supportive of working committees. I guess that's what's on the table rather than working committees, because they're going to have, we're going to document what they're going to do. We're going to do what's documented, and we're going to prove we've done it. If I'm so lucky to be on one. I was on the Parks and Trails for 4 years and as a counselor, and I found we struggled a lot of times. And because we didn't have, we had ad hoc things come in and we talked. So we, in my time, spent a lot of time on things that never went on beyond that, where with working committees, for example, I'll just throw this one out here, the Hardy Lake question. If we had the Hardy Lake involvement in the Hardy Lake, then we could have a working committee saying, you know, go away, work on what the pros and cons of having a partnership with the province, and it'd be defined start and finish, and we wouldn't be bringing it up at every meeting for multiple meetings. We'd have that group that had a defined start and finish. So I'm very supportive of working committees. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't remember. I'm sorry, Councillor McIntyre. Thank you.
I really support this because to me, it has the opportunity to be immediate, responsive, and deal with the littler issues that are not on the level of the economic development and that kind of thing. So when I look at this, as everyone knows, my pet project is dark sky. And when we had the discussion on that, our discussion was based on, yeah, this is all very well and good, but we need community acceptance. It's only going to work if we've got the community behind us. That strikes me as a really good working group kind of a thing, because you get the dark sky experts, you get people who are passionate and want this to work, and it's short term and you get her done. And then the next issue that comes up, you set up another working group after that one. I just think it's a really good way of doing things.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Yeah, thank you. And again, you know, here we have a councillor calling it a standing, you know, there's standing committees. It's a subcommittee. It's a working group. Quite honestly, 4 years of being on economic development, I'm going to keep beating that horse. You know, we had every mandate to, as Councillor McIntyre has indicated, we had every opportunity with public and with staff and with we 4 councillors to drive that bus, and we did. And so I don't see how this is empowering, this change empowers a group any more than, you know, what they managed to accomplish in Parks and Trails or in economic development or in heritage. So I do find it's really a really gray area. I mean, I'm in support of this, but I'm not in support of the old way. What the old way and the new way is essentially the same. I don't see the difference. We even have confusion as to what it really is called. You know, a working group, staff's going to be there. You know, the mandates are going to be the same. The topics are going to be the same, whether it's short-term rental, you know, environment or whatever it's going to be. And they're going to work on that. So I would really appreciate a more defined set of circumstance that drives what we are finally going to vote on. If we're going to vote on a working group, what is, because it's not really defined here. I think there's confusion. For surely for me, there's confusion.
So, okay, thank you. I think I'll ask the clerk to speak first and then.
So just to give a little bit of history and to speak to Councillor Nishikawa's comments, there have been ad hoc committees in the past. So you're correct. We like to call them all different things, but really it breaks down to what the Act states. And if you have a committee that has more than 50% membership of councillors, it is a committee. It is 100% a committee, whether it's a standing committee, subcommittee, whatever you want to call it, it's a committee. A working group is when you have less than 50% councillors, you have more members of the public, and then it gives a little bit of less constraints on that committee, and they can do work a little bit differently and can be very task oriented. So rather than looking at economic development over 4 years, they're looking at one specific task in a very short time frame and reporting back to councillor committee with their recommendations. So this also has been done in the past. We did have a policy on it. We're looking to actually repeal that policy and include it in the procedural bylaw, but it's very similar to what we've had in the past as well. It's just very clear on that 50% mark, and that's due to changes in the Act that have happened over the last 3 or 4 years in regards to committees and how they operate. So I hope that answers a little bit. You're correct. We like to call it different things, but either you have a committee or you have a working group, and that's determined by how they're established.
Okay, Mayor Kelley, did you have any further comments or?
No, and I mean, I understand the confusion. I really do. And I don't have a great answer other than by example. And a couple of examples that come to mind, we can call something economic development, fix a group of people as that committee to meet on a regular basis. And then an issue comes along that requires specialized attention, a quick focus, a quick turnaround, a specific task to get accomplished. That's to me what a whatever we're going to call it, working group is called upon. I can tell you I've spent hundreds of hours in the last 6 months working on an opportunity that would bring a knowledge-based component to the local economy. And it's not ready for prime time. It's still being scoped. But a group of generalists to deal with that, I mean, we need to handpick people who have specific experience in a specific area, whether it's recruitment and retention, whether it's housing, whatever it is, all the various components that are specific to that deal, I don't think are going to be well served by a generic approach to economic development. It's going to be task specific. It's going to be staffed by task specialists, if you will. It's going to have to move and report out its results on a timely basis, or the opportunity will disappear. So, you know, again, that's the difference. It's a distinction without a difference, really. I mean, it's the same approach. It's the same end result, hopefully. I just think a much higher likelihood of success if it's done by specialists focused on a short period of time to a specific group of tasks, obviously with lots of help from staff, but obviously with lots of help from people outside this organization as well.
Just before I get to you, Councillor Edwards, if I could just, I'm trying to summarize it in my own mind as well, that really it would be the task that dictates the group that's chosen and the mandate around it versus us sitting around trying to come up with tasks. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's
Thank
it.
you.
Exactly.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Edwards.
I could support that and that special working groups and that, but it still would be nice to have an economic development department, heritage and that. Last term they had heritage and housing. It really wasn't a good fit because some people were just focused on housing. Otherwise, you're probably losing 30 or 40 years of experience of members of the public office, some of these groups. So we could do it a hybrid and that have special working groups and maybe have the other ones, but it's just a thought. Thank you.
Okay, we don't have a resolution, but I do feel like this was a very good, robust conversation. We haven't had that opportunity as a committee yet to talk about how we want to tackle the initiatives that are important to us. So thank you for taking the time to lead us through that. And what I would suggest is we now move on to item 6A, which is a report from Director of Public Works regarding the Moon River Public Access on Sandor Drive.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee will recall that you dealt with the matter last month, at which time you gave direction that the residents remove any structures that had been created on the property and remove the private property from our property. At the same time, you asked that staff look into the potential for creating a public access at the Sandor Drive public access to the current property and what the implications might be from a transportation master plan perspective. And this report is in furtherance to that direction. The TMP, as you're aware, is currently underway. The consultant is scheduled to bring forward their report in the next month or two, and you will adopt it at that time. The consultant has, as you're aware, presented some preliminary findings, which included an assessment of this particular access as for a potential future location. I would emphasize, however, that those findings are still preliminary. You have not adopted that master plan. So in the grand scheme of things, at the present time, it has no standing. If committee and council chooses to turn this into a formal public access to the lower level of, or the lower reach of the Moon River, I would submit to you that there is an extensive amount of work that needs to be done in order to prepare it so that it is suitable for public use. And the report lists out what I feel are the minimum requirements that needs to be adhered to. There is no intention in terms of the current budget to proceed with works of this nature. And frankly, given the current work plan that staff have on their plate, it would not be possible to proceed with any kind of an upgrade to that access in the current year, unless you wanted to go to some form of contracting. And quite frankly, even that would be problematic, given all the other matters that are currently on staff's plate. Therefore, as far as staff are concerned, the next step is to carry through with the direction, frankly, that committee and council have already given, which is to have the current structures removed and the other personal items stored on the site removed from the site. That doesn't mean that the residents can't continue to utilize the access currently, but it does mean that we will remove any structures that are not approved. Staff are also recommending that we put up suitable signage so that any users understand that they do so at their own risk. That will help to protect the township's liability in the matter until such time as council adopts the transportation master plan and determines the priority that should be assigned to proceeding with this project. As the report indicates, in the alternative, you can proceed with creation of a public access at this location. But as I've indicated, I don't feel that it's practical to proceed at this time, given our current workload commitments. And so it really is an item that can be considered at the soonest in the 2024 budget.
Okay, thank you. Committee, just a reminder, this is the first resolution we have in front of us today, so we will ask questions for clarification first. Then I will read the resolution and then we can have a discussion. So I'm going to try and get us back on track now that we have an actual resolution in front of us. So I see Councillor Zavitz, Councillor Nishikawa, and then I thought I saw Councillor Roberts, but Councillor Bosenworth. So Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Thank you. And through you to Director Becking. I read the recommendation. I'm wondering if, and again, this may be minutia, but I'm wondering if the recommendation should not be a little more fulsome in its comment in that, it reads, be it resolved that a decision on the timing would be deferred. I wouldn't want the public to think that we've deferred a decision. The decision would be, and I think it needs to be included in the recommendation, although we will be reading a motion that would indicate that. But I think in the recommendation, it should be referred to the fact, and endorse the final draft of a comma, and that the dock should be immediately removed and the site will be immediately remediated by the township, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that there's no question that anybody reading this that, and perhaps that's overreaching, but I just would perhaps put that comment or question to staff.
Oh, sorry, Director of Public Works.
Madam Chair, the direction has already been given. And we expressly did not do as the councillor is suggesting, because we didn't want to create a situation where there was a potential for some kind of contradiction. Committee and council has already directed that the residents have 21 days after ratification by council to remove the docks and any other items, full stop. If they choose not to do so for whatever reason, then staff will, on the 22nd day, will be there to carry out council's direction.
And just for clarification, that resolution will be read this afternoon during council meeting, correct?
That is correct.
So these are two separate things that we were, okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa and then Councillor Bridgeman.
Thank you. My question is through you to the clerk. Procedurally, so I'm just thinking there's some issues that we cannot bring back to district for 6 months. This particular discussion of this dock, and I'm thinking about our budget. So if in fact, not moi, but a group of people decide that we do want to put this back into the budget for 2024, when can that be discussed? Because if depending on how these votes go, when can that discussion be brought back? Because we've determined something now. Is it 3 months or is it 6 months or, I just wanted to have a better understanding of what that looks like.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I'm going to go off the top of my head and then I'm going to check on the procedural bylaw, which is sitting right beside me. I do believe it is 3 months, but I will confirm that right now.
Thank you. Councillor Bosmore.
This is directed to Director Becking. My understanding that the main purpose of that dock is allow people to launch boats into the river. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that's not my understanding. It serves a multitude of purposes, including allowing people to, on a seasonal basis, moor their vessels at that location, which would be contrary to the township's docks and wharves bylaw.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions, if read the resolution and then we can open it up for any further discussion. Moved by Councillor Bosenworth, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that a decision on the timing of upgrades to the Sandor Drive public water access location be deferred until such time as council has considered and endorsed the final draft of the transportation master plan. All those in favor? Is that a question? No, sorry, yes. Thank you. Catch. Discussion. That was very good that you caught me there. Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa, would you like to?
Thank you. I just wanted to appreciate Mr. Crowley. The information that we received from that neighboring property owner is direct, like so precise, and in fact is really real on what the effects are on that particular location. I mean, they are not what we envision any of our launches to be. It's not a launch. It's actually citizens that are off the water. And in fact, it's only a few families that are located close by that we heard, they bought thinking that they had this private access, what in reality, they don't, they didn't buy on the water. And they also, I would suggest that there could be a consideration that, I'm going to just say this for myself. I have another level of respect for people that buy on the water and the waterfront taxes and all of the other things that go along with owning waterfront property. That is not the same as those of us that are not having that experience. And so sort of finding another location for people to just do their own thing is not appropriate. And we've had this situation on Lake Rosso through the district, if some of you may remember a few years ago, and that dock was removed. So I'm looking forward to this one being removed, and I hope the rest of committee feels the same. But I really do appreciate the neighbors' very detailed account of what it is like on that property. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a suggestion through to Director Becking. And Dr. Becking, you do not have to respond to this suggestion, just file it away as food for thought. And so that it is in the event that within the 21-day period, it is not removed by the, let's call the owners of those docks, that we do, if possible, consider keeping it on our township property for a short period of time to give them an opportunity to retrieve it. But that's just a suggestion, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Yeah, because that's the resolution that's going to be discussed at council this afternoon. This was simply,
Okay.
right, so just to distinguish between the two. So I have read the resolution. All those, I would like to call the question. All those in favor? Okay, that is carried. Thank you. So now I've lost my agenda. There we go. Okay, Director of Public Works, item 6B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You'll recall that that we've had some issues with respect to the kitchens in our community centers. Council directed that staff upgrade 2 kitchens, in particular Walker's Point and the Windermere Community Center kitchens, to comply with current codes of practice and standards. Subsequent to that direction, you approved a budget allocation of some $132,000 to complete that work. Subsequent to that direction, staff engaged CC Tatham and Associates Consulting Engineers to do a detailed evaluation of the existing exhaust systems and to prepare designs to proceed with that work. I'm unfortunately having to report to you that the situation is far more severe than what was originally assumed at the time that we put together the budget estimates for the work. None of the existing systems are salvageable. They do not comply with the current versions of the respective codes of practice, be it the building code or fire code. We have to completely remove the systems and start back from square one. The estimated cost of those 2 works based on the findings of the consultant are $118,200 and $103,600 respectively for Walker's Point and the Windermere Community Centers. Obviously, we do not have the budget to proceed with both projects in the current year. Staff are recommending that you postpone one of the projects until 2024. Allow the other one to proceed. We'll get one out of the way. Of the 2 facilities, our records indicate that the Walker's Point is the more heavily used of the 2 facilities. So the staff recommendation is that we proceed with the Walker's Point Community Center project at this time. In the alternative, if you feel that you don't wish to take the staff recommendation, you could draw additional funds out of reserve to allow both projects to proceed at this time. Staff are recommending against that, given some of the uncertainties that we've seen in the tendering results over the course of the year. There's still a lot of variability, which is a cause for some concern. I would also point out that there have been a number of additional draws on reserves of late, and so I think prudence would dictate that we should take a go slow approach. In the alternative, if you are uncomfortable with proceeding at all, council could elect to not proceed with either of the projects at this time, and they can be brought back to the 2024 budget for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, committee, I do have a resolution in front of me, but I am going to ask questions first for Director Becking. Councilor Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize. This is through to Director Becking. I apologize if this was in the report and I didn't see it. And the question is, does staff have any estimated costs of using electric commercial or appropriate electrical stoves in the two centers rather than gas? Well, I guess that's two questions, but first of all, does staff have any costs on what the electrical option would be?
Thank you. Director Becking?
Madam Chair, the costs are, to my understanding, comparable. And really, whether the ranges are gas or electric really is not relevant to the issue before you. We have traditionally, if you look at the community centers where the kitchens were properly designed and constructed, they're all gas-fired ranges. And the reason for that is gas, particularly in larger installations, larger community or assembly type kitchens, gas tends to be more efficient and is more readily available. The other thing that has to be kept into consideration is the amount of power that would be required in order to run an electrical. We could very well find ourselves in a position of having to have three-phase power, which is a considerable feat and frankly is not readily available throughout the township. If there's a desire to go to an electrical installation, we can certainly explore that as an opportunity. But I think the matter that is before council in this recommendation is, frankly, we don't have enough money to do the things that we said we could do. And we need your direction as to how you wish us to proceed.
Okay, thank you. I see
Thank you.
Councilor McIntyre and then Councilor Nishikawa.
When this all started at Walker's Point, there were 2 electric stoves there that were taken out in this whole process. And they belonged to the Walker's Point Community Center, and at some point it might be nice to get them back. But my question is, so what you're saying is those 2 stoves, if I look at this plan of work, it's all for the air system, the exhaust system. It's basically trying to control all of that kind of stuff. So what you're saying is we can't go with this, but still go with the 2 stoves that they had before, the 2 electric stoves.
Director Becking?
Madam Chair, no, the answer to the question is because of the requirements of the code, it must be a commercial grade range with all of the associated safety features in terms of grease traps, and there are a variety of other control mechanisms that would allow for automatic shutdown of the range if there was a fire. These are not your home kitchen stoves. These are proper commercial related stoves, and they have to be put in place.
Okay, thank you. Supplemental?
Yeah, just one supplemental. The issue that I'm getting back from the people from the Walker's Point Community Center is that when the initial repairs were done, and gas stove was put in there with the 6 burner and all that stuff, it was eventually taken out because 6 burners and 1 oven was not enough for the community center. So that's when they moved to 2 stoves with 4 burners each, which gives them 8 burners and 2 ovens so that things can be heated or cooked at different temperatures. So
So I
That
just
seems
want
to be an
I
issue.
just want to make sure that we're coming back to what's in front of us today, which is the
So is there something like an 8 burner, except no, they need still have one stove. So what you're saying is if they wanted to maintain that level of service, it's going to cost even more money.
Director Becking.
Madam Chair,
Sorry, through the chair.
stoves are not my forte. But that having been said, I understand that there are 4 burner options, there are 6 burner options. I have to assume that there's also an 8 burner option. I have to say that 8 burners, quite frankly, for a commercial stove, that's a lot of horsepower. That's a lot more horsepower than I think the Walker's Point Community Center needs. That having been said, I'm quite happy to sit down with the group and evaluate what their needs are. If they need 8 burners, we'll go out and get 8 burners. But at the end of the day, it has to be a commercially rated stove. It has to have all the requisite safety features and control systems so that the community center is safe.
Okay, just a reminder to keep asking the good questions. I will then read the resolution so that we remember what to discuss that's in front of us. Councillor Nishikawa, Councillor Zavitz, Councillor Roberts, Councillor Boseworth.
Thank you. My question was similar to Marianne's, that in fact, the community center was going to be reinstated with similar to what they had prior to this situation. And then also a further conversation down the road would be, because this community fundraised for those stoves, I think that there should be a further conversation. What is happening with those stoves, and do they get somehow given back to the community center to offer up to another family in the community? That's all but I
So
did wanted to find out if and I'm hearing that it may not be. So,
yeah, so perhaps the question could be, is there an opportunity for Director of Public Works to work with the community group at the halls to determine the appropriate stoves that go in so that we can keep the focus and the suppression? I think that's where the primary cost
that's not
is.
my question.
That's not your question.
No,
Okay.
my question was, because I know what they want. They want what they had back.
Mhm.
And so it's more, if the township takes something out, are they going to put it back as they found? Like, better than what they found, but not necessarily less than what they found.
Okay, Director of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The advice that I'm being given is that a 6 burner stove should be more than adequate for the community's needs. That having been said, we're quite happy to sit down and have a chat with community, and if they need an 8 burner stove, then we'll make necessary arrangements for an 8 burner stove. With respect to the former stoves, they're currently in safe storage. And they're, to the best of my knowledge, at least, there's nothing been done with them. If the community center bought them, then they belong to the community center. And they can be returned, and the community center can decide how they wish to dispose of them after that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through your question to Director of Public Works. So I guess 2 parts. First part, are both community centers inoperative now in terms of the kitchens for this season?
Madam Chair, the answer to the question is yes. They are non-operational to the extent that they have no cooking devices in them. They still have refrigerators. They still have microwaves and kettles and coffee makers, so that they can still be utilized as a servery. They can still be used to host small receptions and so forth, but they cannot be used to prepare full meals.
If I might supplemental.
Yes.
Thank you. Trick question then. Would it behoove the township, and perhaps you already have looked at that, I'm not trying to usurp your talents there, but would we look at installing a suppression system in both kitchens this year and then outfitting them next year? That point being not so much to showing favoritism, but both kitchens are inoperative. If we were to, would we realize any savings by doing 2 suppression systems now, getting them both done, and then next budget allocating for the electronic or propane powered stoves, ovens, to facilitate that? Would we realize savings, I guess is what I'm saying, instead of just not doing anything at, at Windermere and doing it all at Walker's Point? Could we, does that make sense? Is my question.
Madam Chair, I don't think it does make any sense. To be quite honest with you, the ranges themselves are a minor expense in the grand scheme of things. Out of $235,000 $245,000, the ranges are like $20,000 of the total. At the end of the day, you still don't have enough money currently in the budget in order to fund the two projects. That's part of the reasons why, again, staff have recommended that we focus on one, we issue one contract to do all of the work at one location, and then we'll deal with the second as a second exercise.
Okay, Councillor Boseworth, Councillor Roberts, Councillor Edwards. And then I think if I could, I would like to be able to read the questions so we can open it up for conversation. So just a reminder to keep these as questions.
Director Becking, you had mentioned that quotes coming in are volatile. Are they in both directions, or are you anticipating that perhaps next year the prices might be more competitive?
I would say, Madam Chair, that I'm not expecting prices to go down. What I am, however, suggesting is that there will be less volatility. But again, that frankly is a bit of a minor consideration. Again, I need to reinforce with you, we don't have enough money to do everything.
Yep.
So the choices before you are cut the cloth to suit the bolt, increase the size of the bolt, or defer the whole works until next year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, this would be a good question for the mayor. Question is, this is a perfect time to put a task force in, get the board members involved so they know exactly what they want, because we have heard from board members they do not want propane in there. There's health issues with propane. You have elderly people reaching across open flames, and that they do not want them. We have not consulted with them. So, Mr. Mayor, this would be a good time to put a task force in and just table this for now. Thank you.
Okay, so if it would be okay. Oh, I see. Councillor Roberts, do you have another question?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair, spawned by some of the conversations we're having. And it's through to the Director of Public Works. Director, I did talk to a member of the Walker's Point Hall Board, where she mentioned about the loss of the burners and the ovens. So I put aside the burners because I think if you talk to them and their needs, that would be worked out. It's the oven capacity. So what they had was they could use two ovens at one time. So I'm wondering if the new gas ovens are the same capacity or could be the same capacity as the two electric ovens, or not electric, gas ovens, or you know what I'm talking about. I hope.
Okay, Director Becking, I'm gonna, this is the last on this particular point, please. And then
I don't know directly the answer to the question, but I would presume that a 6 burner stove would have a bigger oven than a 4 burner stove. Again, if the number of burners are an issue, and an 8 burner stove is not appropriate, then perhaps 2 4s may be an appropriate way to go. And we can explore that as an alternative.
as long as I think if we know that there's an opportunity to explore options.
Yeah.
So committee, I would like to, if I could read the resolution in front of us, and then we can have any further discussion. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that project 23152 kitchen upgrades in the 2023 capital budget be amended to reduce the scope of work to only proceed with the replacement of the Walker's Point Community Center kitchen exhaust and fire suppression system. And that the upgrades to the Windermere Community Center kitchen exhaust and fire suppression system be postponed and considered for funding through the 2024 budget. So that's the point that we want to be talking about right now. Councillor Zavitz, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. Through you. I'm wondering, again, I guess a question to the Director of Public Works. Is there anything in our 2023 budget that's approved that we could defer for a year and actually proceed with both? I guess a way of finding the money for this now. I mean, that's a loaded question, but is there I would be certainly in favor. I mean, it seems unfair that we have different wards. We're going to show a favor to one. Certainly that's not the underlying issue, but one of the community centers goes fallow for a year, essentially, on some of the elements. Is there something that we could look at, that we could find $150,000, if that's the number, to fuel both and get both of them done? I guess that's my question.
Director Becking.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure I'm in a position to answer that question at this particular point in time, but certainly I can. Well, turning to the treasurer, he's just going to turn around and look back at me. So I've got to decide what we can give up in order to make it work. Certainly, if the desire is to proceed with both projects in the current year, then I would suggest that you pass a resolution accordingly and send staff back, and we'll figure out how to cut the cloth to suit the bolt.
So just so I'm clear on that, and I do see your hand up again, Councillor Zavitz. We would be if we decided that we did want to have both done, then we'd be allowing staff to figure out how to make that happen.
That's correct.
Thank
I think the resolution should be simply that staff proceed with both projects with no increase in the 2023 capital budget.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you back to the Director of Public Works. An ancillary question to that: if we were to say yes to finding the funds somewhere, could this be done this summer? I mean, I guess that's a bigger point. If we're going to find the money and it's not going to be done till October, then it's a moot point, I suppose.
Thank you, Director Racking. And then
Madam Chair, at the present time, we're the middle of June. Based on the direction that I'm being given this morning, we're going to have to go through the finalization of the contract documents, tendering, award, and construction. So we're not going to. If the direction is to get it done this year, it can be done this year. Will it be done for this summer? No. The answer to the question is no.
Thank you. I would like to offer right now. You want to speak?
I can just add something.
Okay. Our acting CAO is going to add a comment.
I've got my treasurer's hat on right now. So I just want to make it aware to committee that when we passed the 2023 budget, the projects that were identified for 2023 were deemed to be priorities by staff, and that council did approve those as priorities. So to send us back to find a project that we could sacrifice to do this one, my concern would just be that one that's recommended by staff may not be one that is conducive to all of council's direction. So then we end up in this circular discussion about, well, which project is the right project? So given that they were 2023 priorities, I just would caution councillors that to send us back to find the one may be a challenge in itself.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarity. Councillor Edwards and Councillor Roberts.
At this point, I don't think we should do either project. It can't be done for the summer. We should put a task force in with the chairs of the community centers, all community centers, because they have loud and clear, they have told councillors they do not want propane in their buildings. It's as simple as that. That's why we should have discussions. We did not talk to the hall boards and give them a choice. So I would turn this down now, bring it back in the future, and I hope I have support for that, because like I say, they have told us they do not want propane.
Thank you.
And if you're looking at the environment, again, it's fossil fuel, so get away with it.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
I'm going to apologize to, first of all, to Councillor Edwards. Just from the experience of Milford Bay, who do have a clientele, same type of demographic of people using the kitchens, and they've had gas for years. And I've heard no express concern with gas. I understand that the environmental part, but I'm thinking is that I'm thinking that we should go ahead with the Walker's Point, given it is a hub location. For that we've designated it as a hub location, so we should not delay that. The second part for Windermere, I'm really disappointed that that we don't have the budget, and I understand the treasurer's position, because I'm going to say it's $150,000, or whatever. It's another $100,000. We're going to be hard pressed to say which projects we're going to do. What I'm suggesting perhaps is that we come up with an alternative solution for the Windermere on not having stoves, and what could we provide that from a check with a caterer, or what we could provide that would help them through this year until they get the new stoves. And I don't know what those are, but they could be warming racks that are just there to maintain the food that's brought in, or something like that. So that's what I would think, and it's not for this discussion now, it's not on the table, but I think that we maybe could consider something like that, how the township could help out the Windermere community while we wait for the budget, the 2024 budget. So those are my points, and but I am supportive of moving forward with Windermere, given what's on the table, and given that it's a hub location. Thank you.
Sorry, just moving on with Walkers, I think you meant.
Walkers, yes, Walkers.
Mayor Kelley, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you, and through you, a couple of things. As much as I admire Councillor Edwards' efforts to engage on a working group basis, I actually think in this particular case, there's plenty of expertise among staff. There's plenty of industry knowledge around the deployment of cooking equipment generally. There is experience, as Councillor Roberts has just identified already, with one of our other community halls powered by gas. So I'm really not sure how we can, or why we would reopen that. As much as I like hearing from the public on that particular issue, I think we've got plenty of experience and plenty of input that has formed the basis of a good decision. The second part, when it comes down to the real issue here, the question in front of us, we fought awful hard to build the budget as tight as it is. We pushed back to find cost takeouts and patiently awaited cost takeouts and expense reductions, revenue increases. I'm really reluctant to dip into the well, or in fact, I think it would be somewhat insulting to think that there's a pond of money lying around untouched that we could tap into. If there is, we haven't done much of a job of budgeting. I also believe acting CAO/treasurer's comment that we can't just simply find it without denying somebody else their priority project. So I think we have to make the difficult decision in this particular case. We have a hub in Walker's Point. We have the money to set aside to build out their facility now. I see no value in making both wait. So my suggestion is we go with, I think, the recommendation of staff, option A, whatever it is, move forward with Walker's Point, deal with the Windermere issue separately, with apologies to everyone in Windermere, but we will deal with it in the budget that's coming up in a couple of months, and we'll get it done as quickly as we can after that.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Sorry, quickly, I also agree with what the mayor had just said, and I would suggest also that we have that particular community center, I'm going to say much along the line of Milford Bay, have a very, very active hall board, and I believe that they are the people to contact and be in touch with. No, we don't need other committees or anything like that established. But I would add though, in our past conversations about environmental issues and again about Milford Bay and not using gas. And so that's just a little jab that I'm adding at the end, but it's not my overall thing is that let's get it done, deal with the next one. But in fact, the director has the ability to converse with the hall board, and that would be the direction I would suggest we go in. We don't need to create anything more at this point. Thank you.
Okay, could I add last comment?
Yes, my
Okay.
last comment. And I just want to emphasize and support what Councillor Nishikawa has said. As long as there's provisions whereby the hall board for Walker's Point has the opportunity to talk to these, to Mr. Becking and his crew, because I agree, the two issues are the 6-burner stove and the propane, and it is an issue for that hall board.
Okay. So I have read the resolution. Before, last comment. Councillor Edwards.
Last comment is I will support this if it's electric stoves, because that's what the hall board have asked for.
That's not part of the resolution. Sorry, thank you, Councillor Nishikawa, but that isn't the resolution that's before us today. So I think that Director Becking has heard loud and clear. There's an opportunity to speak with the hall board and we'll fashion out some options, but the resolution before us has been read. I just, at this point, will call the question. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so now we're moving on to item 7A. We heard from Mr. Groves earlier today. Who am I hearing from? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Mazan. Good morning, committee. At least it's still morning, I think. Yep. Okay.
Hey, that was a bit of a dig.
Before you is a report regarding a license agreement application that was received from the property owner of 2A West Street to recognize one existing parking area as well as a second proposed parking area located on a portion of a township road allowance, being West Street. To provide committee with some history of this property, in 2018, an existing rooming house with 2 off-street parking spaces was destroyed by a fire. Following demolition, all that remained was an existing foundation of the rooming house and the 2 parking spaces. Prior to the fire, the township zoning bylaw had been updated to no longer permit rooming houses with multiple bedrooms, as well as required that 1 off-street parking space is to be provided per bedroom. As the building and its use existed prior to the current zoning provisions, the structure was considered legal non-complying, with its use being legal non-conforming, and only the 2 parking spaces are required to be provided on site. In 2021, the property owner had plans to construct a 4 townhouse building on the existing foundation and submitted a zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone the property to permit the proposed townhouses. Upon review of the application, the Township's Public Works Department provided preliminary comments noting concerns with parking on the undeveloped portion of the Township road allowance and the potential reductions in size and number of parking spaces on the subject property. The application was withdrawn by the property owner prior to a notice of public meeting being circulated. In 2022, a building permit was issued to reconstruct a rooming house on the existing foundation. As the property only has 2 parking spaces to accommodate a 15-bedroom building, the property owner now wishes to create additional parking spaces on the township's road allowance. Any additional parking beyond the 2 existing spaces is not required by law and is the desire of the property owner. In review of the application and in consultation with the Public Works Department, the road improvement needs study, which was completed in 2019, had identified West Street as needing resurfacing within 1 to 5 years. It should also be noted that the road is not constructed properly within the road allowance and therefore would require realignment, which would take away the spaces the property owner would like to use for permanent on-street parking. Additionally, concerns have been identified that entering into a license agreement to permit exclusive parking could provide the township with complications with reconstructing the road in the future. Upon receipt of this application, staff attended the subject property and note that while only 2 parking spaces are required, there is a very large vacant area located on the northwest side of the dwelling. Although sloped with appropriate retaining walls and a second entrance off of West Street, it would appear that the property owner could create additional off-street parking spaces to be wholly located on the property. In light of the noted concerns, staff are not recommending approval of this application. Committee heard from the property owner this morning, and with that said, I will turn it back to the chair.
Thank you. Okay, committee, any questions? Councillor Zabit, sorry, I was looking.
Good, thank you. And I guess through you to Director Becking. So we, and again, that's not your field of expertise, but so we, the township, granted a building permit for a 15-unit rooming house. And it would appear that there is viable parking on the property that the person owns that came forward this morning. I am not in favor of any kind of a license agreement where there's parking on our road. I'm just wondering, yet again, I asked that question earlier. I think we could be part of a solution here. It would seem that the solution is right in front of him. He just needs to spend a lot of money to develop the property for parking. Could you speak to that? I mean, you've obviously been on the property.
Director Becking?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The current development is grandfathered because what existed predated the current version of the OP and the zoning bylaw. So we are where we are. That having been said, staff's recommendation is to not allow the property owner to use currently underutilized space within the road allowance for permanent parking arrangements. I think the councillor accurately characterizes the situation in that there is unused space on the applicant's property, which if appropriately engineered and constructed, including filling and retaining walls and the like, I think he can alleviate some of his issues. I will not suggest to you for a moment that there is enough room for 15 parking spaces, but there is certainly the potential for a lot more parking spaces than the current 2 that exist. It boils down to a question of his will to do what is necessary with his property in order to support his development.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa, question?
Thank you. It's how I formed the question and who I formed the question to, but I'm looking at the mayor at the moment. And here's my thought. So I'm not looking at this as an application from a specific property owner. I'm looking at the fact that we have 15 accommodation units, if I was to say that. So there's, and that is so badly needed in our township. So I'm trying to look at it differently, and I'm suggesting that it may be turned down, this particular application, the way it's written today. But could you see that as a working group that could make some sort of suggestions of where additional parking could be in both Port Carling and in Bala, for instance? When these, so we have a rooming house in Bala, for instance, that has the same proper parking situation, and we just didn't have, we deal with the complaints, but then we ignore it for years and years. And so I'm just suggesting that this should not be ignored, and it should be put off. I'm actually grateful for this gentleman creating that ability for more people to have some place to lay their head. But I also am aware of that property down there and what was gifted to the township, I would say. And I'm just suggesting that could we, or is that an appropriate thing for me to ask you, I guess, is to look for those solutions?
So just before I go to you, Mayor Hart, Mayor Kelley, oh my goodness. Is it morning still?
5 more minutes.
No haircut for you. In our, if I could ask Director Becking a quick question just on that, is in our transportation master plan and in the CIP, I think that there's been discussion on a parking strategy, and I just think it's not really related to this, but I think it's related to this question. So maybe I'll ask Mayor Kelley. He seems keen to go, and then.
Thank you, because I think Councilor Nishikawa has asked a very, just a great question. I'm not sure about the timing. This is a perfect example of a situation that needs consideration, not this file, but generally. We need to be much more accommodating of people who are able to find the opportunity to expand living units, whether they're apartments, condos, houses, whatever they are. And 15 new, I don't know what you call them, rooms. I don't know how this is set up, bedrooms, is a wonderful addition. We have a task force at that's at, and it's been around for, I understand, at least 3 terms at district. And one of the things, the only thing that's become obvious to me is if we don't stand up and fight for ourselves, we're not going to get any value from that. Township of Muskoka Lakes needs to have its own plan. I agree that a task force looking at other matters, it kind of touches on economic development, it touches on housing, it touches on a lot of issues. That's one of the beauties of a task force. You give it a specific job. How do we accommodate things like this? However, in this particular file, which is what we're asked to answer today, I don't think there is any concession that can be made that interferes with our right to address known issues on a road that needs realignment, a road that needs rework. So for me, this may not be the right answer, but ultimately there has to be an answer. It could be transit, it could be offsite parking, it could be whatever. I don't have any answers, but I got a lot of questions. And I think a task force of the right group of people could help us find those.
Just very quickly, because I did ask Director Becking, without complicating it.
No, I think I would agree with the mayor's assessment of the situation. The TMP, just to be clear, will be coming back to you with a strong recommendation that you do need to deal with parking in a public sense in both major communities, but certainly in Port Carling, the situation is acute. And so that is going to be something that you're going to have to come to grips with, quite frankly. And how you choose to do that, that's another matter.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, I suppose to Director Becking, I mean, I think we need to be part of the solution, or we're part of the problem. And I think to your words earlier, and to Councillor Nishikawa, I mean, we have an opportunity, I suppose, to analyze what other areas, parking very specifically to that place, and does the township own property in direct correlation to there, and could we work something out? I think it's very important that we don't just vote no. I mean, I'm not gonna support this today. I can't. Of course, I wouldn't. But my point is, we could also, as part of our resolution, suggest that we would work on a solution. And I think that's, I mean, I would appreciate that being read into it. I don't know if there's enough support for that here, or if it's even viable there. But 15 rooms. My gosh, that's like a gold mine in this township. And for us to ignore it or not deal with it when it's in front of us and wait 6 months or whatever we wait, I don't think that's doing what the people have asked, the taxpayers have asked us to do.
Okay,
the
so
business
yeah,
owners.
we have slipped into the discussion part of this, so I do want to make sure that I'm focused on questions. So I see Councillor Kent. Do you have a question? And then I can read the resolution.
Yes, I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
And I may be ignorant here. When I listened to him speak this morning, it was clear that the issue was clearly just money. It was not an issue of not wanting to do it. It was not an issue of disagreeing with, it was just to regrade the back to make it proper was going to cost him more money than he probably had. Are there no government grants or Ontario building grants that we could access, help him access through district for affordable housing? Simple question. Maybe the answer
I'm
is
not quite
just
sure who I
simple
would
down.
direct that question to, so I'm going to say Mayor Kelley.
I would say the answer to that question is yes, there is.
So
I don't know that I don't know anything about this development, so I don't know that this is affordable housing, but if it was something that qualified, presumably, is there somebody at district we could refer them to? I'm going to defer to Councillor Nish.
Okay.
So maybe we should just go back and suggest that that's something we could do, work with him to see what his options are to access some money that might assist in redoing the grading, which would allow, assuming, of course, as Mayor Kelley says, that it's affordable housing.
I'm going to let you respond, but if I could just.
I'm actually going to defer this and bring it back to council, because there's lots of options. I'm just going to say.
Well, thank you. Councillor Bosenworth.
A very quick question. I was just a little confused by the diagrams. Does the existing site have 2 on-site parkings?
That is my understanding, Madam Chair. There are the current development includes allows for 2 fully on-site parking spaces. And there is additional property to the north and west of the proposed building, or the building that's currently under construction, that could be utilized for parking for the development with suitable site alterations too.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I was looking for clarification. When you look on the diagram on page 34, it's got the green section says already in use. So I kind of get the sense that there's 2 on-site properties and 2 that are on our road allowance, so for a total of 4.
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's my understanding.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will read the resolution and then I can open up for conversation. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that license agreement application LA-02-23 Groves be denied. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none? Because it's denied, it's all those in favor.
If this passes,
Okay, so if this passes, it is denied, just for clarification there. All those in favor? Okay, that is carried. Thank you. And you will follow up, I think as noted with the applicant, and it sounds like there is some opportunity potentially for them to access funding if required. Okay. Okay, committee. We are working through this. I'd like to at least work us through the components under item 7, and then we can reevaluate if we'd like to have a quick break at that point, just because we have been going at this for a couple hours now. Item 7B, report from records management coordinator.
Well, hello, good afternoon, I guess it is now. The next item on the agenda is a policy and report on digital signatures. So in particular, since 2020, the township has seen an increase in demand for services being offered via digital platforms, in particular via cloud permit for building permit applications and digital forms available on the township's website. Going along with staff have recognized the need to establish policies and practices for accepting these digital signatures. This practice is largely already happening within the township, and this policy being brought forward today is just to formalize the process. I think I'll keep it short, and if you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you. Committee, are there any questions for Ms. Cock? Councillor Kent.
I may be confused again. The only experience I've had with the township and a digital signature was as simple as a counselor, I had to submit my audited materials. And given that it was the middle of the winter, I had to drive all the way up to Muskoka and hand deliver them because the would not allow me to sign digitally. I don't know if that's a district problem, an Ontario problem, or a township problem, but it would be nice if that would be added to the list of items of something that would be allowable for digital signature. It would be related to council and their paperwork as counselors.
Through you to the chair, I'm not sure if that was a requirement under the Elections Act or Municipal Act that it was had to be an original signature in person, but we can certainly look into adding that to the list.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, are there any other questions? Thank you. I will read the resolution moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that the digital signature policy as attached to staff report LS-2023-14 be approved. Any discussion? Councillor Nishikawa? No?
Sorry, before you said that, I would just.
You've got me conditioned now over here in my peripheral view. Okay, no comments. All those in favor? Thank you. That is carried. Thank you. And we are now moving on to item 7C. I believe that's you. Is that correct?
That's me. Everybody can see me. Doesn't mind if I just stay here. So very quickly. So this is a follow-up from a budget discussion and a request that we follow up on a resolution of council from January 2022 when the IT strategic plan was passed. There was a request for an implementation plan with costing. And in the meantime, there's been a great deal of work that's been done with respect to that plan. We've secured fiber optic service into the township hall, which is a huge win for us. We've been working at enhancing our software access, cloud permit in the building and planning areas, our Esri workflow in public works. We've got our fire permits online now. So we're really trying to enhance that customer service experience and trying to make things more readily available and convenient for people who may not be in close proximity to Port Carling and be able to come into the township office to conduct business. We're currently working at making our tax bills available to residents through email for next year for 2024 in PDF format, which I think will be another huge win for residents next year. So as part of this report for recommendations, the report outlines, what we've achieved, where we stand currently. And the priorities kind of going forward are threefold. One would be the website, giving the website a bit of a brush up and giving it that ability to have more transactional capabilities rather than the traditional download your PDF, fill it out in pen, and then have to mail it in. Being able to do more things online directly, doing a bit of some precursor work to replacing our current enterprise resource software, our ERP system, which is Vadim iCity, which was approved by council in 2008. So that's 15 years is quite a long lifespan for that product, and I think there are other products out there that might serve us better. And I think there needs to be some pre-work done in terms of where we are now and how our existing processes may work with a future ERP. So there's a little bit of work before we go down that road, and replacing our financial system and HR systems was part of the recommendations. And then lastly, just around continuing to enhance our internet connectivity throughout the township. So we've enhanced our service. Walker's Point was disconnected by Lakeland. We resumed that. We improved the service at the Bala Arena, the Bala Community Center, and looking at other areas of the township as well, our public works garages, those areas that currently don't have suitable internet service, and trying to figure out ways that we can bring those up in speed and capability so that more remote work can be done. The number of things that are being done now through tablets throughout the township, and trying to make us more interconnected and able to use the internet services and internet tools available to us to conduct our day-to-day business. So really what's in this report really doesn't have any impact on 2023. Many of those things were already approved in the budget. This is about looking forward to what we do for 2024 and filling out the rest of the recommendations of that strategic plan.
Thank you. I am going to now ask questions, committee. I'm looking at you, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Donaldson. So, you know, you use words like customer service. Obviously, this is our information technology strat plan engaging for 2024. One of the things that and in terms of public communication, I am inundated with our public, our taxpayers, about something as fundamental as they can't phone into this office. And when they do phone into this office, they get they get a message, they leave a voicemail, and they don't ever get responded to. So they say. I would just love to know if we're going to integrate into our communications plan going forward an ability for the taxpayers to actually get a warm, fuzzy feeling that when they call our 10-digit phone number, that there's someone at the other end instead of a 3-digit voicemail box. I'm not suggesting people aren't responding. I shouldn't say that. But my point is, I'm being told by many, many people that it is not user friendly. And I think that's the spirit of your documentation as we move forward. Let's become more user friendly. Let's become more receptive, more service oriented, continuous improvement. Is that a question?
It's a question either for you or Crystal.
I'll start, and I'll just say that in terms of the IT's plan, it was really talking about digital offerings through the website. And I will defer to the Director of Legislative Services about what is or isn't in the communications plan. But definitely, I think as an overarching strategy, and maybe I'll put on my acting CAO hat here for a moment, you know, as an overarching strategy, I think our objective should always be to give premium customer service to all residents when they're either calling in, accessing our website, meeting us, you know, at the counter. That's got to be priority one, because we are here to serve the public. And I think that's got to be top of mind in whatever it is we do, whether it's IT or otherwise. And I would defer to the clerk if she has anything to add on the communications.
Well, I certainly like that overarching strategy of premier customer service. So let's just keep going with that. Crystal.
I concur with everything that was just said. The communications plan, we don't have anything identified specifically for the phones. However, in the spirit of continuous improvement, we're always looking to better that. So what I can ask of counselors is when you're talking to those constituents, if they did have issues, if you can ask them, did you call a 3-digit extension? Did you just press 0? How were you using the system? And if there are things that truly aren't working, then that's something I don't even think we need to put into a plan or anything. I think that's something that we just fix and we make sure that it's working for everybody who's calling in. So I think that's something that we can just go ahead and do as we're hearing things. But I can say that if people are calling into kind of our main line, that it does go through numerous staff if the first person isn't able to pick it up. So somebody is there to pick up the phone. But if people are having issues, then we want to hear about it and we want to know how we can fix it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Bosenworth. Be it resolved that the implementation.
Chair.
Yes.
I do have comments, so.
That's fine. I will read the resolution and then I will allow, we will discuss the comments. Okay. Implementation, sorry, let me read that again. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Bosenworth. Be it resolved that the implementation plan for the Information Technology Strategy Plan attached to report FIN-2023-010 be approved. And that requisite resources be included in the draft 2024 capital budget to enable council's consideration of upgrading the township's website, a review of corporate software and ERP interoperability, and enhancement of township facility internet capability. So at this point, if there's any comments, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and I apologize to you. It's just been a long morning and I thought we were moving through it. And my fault. Sorry. So I just do have a few comments on the IT strategic plan. And to begin with, I wish to applaud the Director of Financial Services for his accomplishments as they pertain to his IT responsibilities. I suggest the written staff report falls short of communicating the excellent work that Mark has been able to pull off in the period of time since he's had this file. the IT support, this IT staff report that we have in front of us, this is the first version, I would believe, of an information technology implementation plan, and provides an excellent summary of where our projects are, that we really haven't had that detailed summary before, and gives us great insight into the possible priorities for 2024 and future actions. I'm expecting that once the township employs a full-time IT knowledgeable and experienced resource, that committee will receive an updated implementation plan. And for committee's information, a project management experts identify an implementation plan to be an outline of steps that will be taken when accomplishing an objective. The implementation plan combines strategy, process, and actions, and includes all parts of the project from scope to budget and beyond. So I'm sure that once the IT department has that expertise, that we'll probably see that in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Committee, are there any other comments? So I have read the question. All those in favor? Thank you, Director Donaldson. That's carried. And item 7D, I believe that's our clerk. Our procedural bylaw, please.
Thank you. So the report before you today proposes changes to the township's procedural bylaw. All of the changes outlined in the report and attachments are related to 3 overarching concepts. So the first is how members of the public communicate to council and committee. So this is either through invited presentation, delegations, or public comment. So that is currently what we have. So they can come and present in those 3 ways. However, there's a little bit of change in regards to it being timing related versus being topic related. So as of right now, it depends on when someone submits their request to delegate, as opposed to what they're requesting to delegate on. So if it's a new concept, the thought behind the change is if it's a new concept, that they would have 5 minutes so that they have time to introduce that concept. Where if it's something that's already on the agenda, they would be providing public comment, and that would be 2 minutes because there's already a report on the matter. So the matter's already been introduced. So just a little bit of a change in how we accept those. So that's the first proposal. The second is further guidelines and definitions on how council and committee can conduct meetings, either through electronic only meetings, in-person only meetings, or our regular standing hybrid meetings as the meeting like we're having right now. And finally is further clarification on the types of groups that council can establish, including working groups, as the mayor presented on earlier in the meeting. All of the proposed changes aim to provide further clarity, consistency, and understanding for staff, council, and the public. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so committee questions. Councillor Savitz.
Thank you. Through you to our clerk. Crystal, is the 7-day notice, I know I've been talking about this for years, but I see that it says 7 days. It's not 7 working days. Has it been changed to 7 days? Because as I understand it, it once included it did not include weekends. So one needed to be, the week prior and then 2 days in of the following week, just up to our meeting. So I'm noticing that it doesn't say a minimum of 7 working days. And I guess my second question is that a procedural piece from the government, from Ontario? Or can we somehow change that to 5 days, or are we at liberty to, because I get many requests from people, and of course it's way, too late, and it's hard to say that to someone in the public domain. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, through the chair. So I don't believe that we're looking at changing anything in regards to the timeline. So it would be keeping the same timelines as we had before. And in regards to the requirement to do so, that isn't mandated anywhere. That's something that's just specific to our procedural bylaw, and that's something that any municipality can choose to do. The reason for the timeline and for the 7 days is in order to prepare the agenda. So we start preparing the agenda the week prior, and it gets reviewed by the chairs and all that kind of that week prior. So the timelines that are proposed are based on when we're trying to get the agenda out and giving enough time for the chair and everyone to approve those. We could certainly look at changing it. I wouldn't recommend changing it too much, only because we have to then adjust a lot of our meetings and when we're approving agendas and such, because if we're getting them closer to when we're posting the agenda, it just means that we have to wait to approve those agendas until we've received all of those requests. So right now it's based on kind of how we go through the approval process to get the agenda out, but it is council's bylaw, and you are welcome to change it.
Thank you. That's good. I see you, Gord, and then you have a question as well, Councillor Nishika. Okay, so Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the clerk. You had mentioned that there have been other things for clarity and in this new procedural bylaw or the revised procedural bylaw. But I was reading the area in quorum, and it come to mind some of the concerns I've heard. And I think it appropriate at this time that I ask the clerk to recap for members what must be done or not done when the majority of members inadvertently attend the same events. For example, a lake association meeting, a ceremony, or a community event. Sorry.
Through the chair, I'm going to start do my best. The act is very clear that when you have a quorum of council, you have a clerk present, and you obviously need to provide notice that you're having a meeting. So we tend to operate with that quorum number in mind, making sure that you're not meeting inadvertently as a quorum outside of regular scheduled meetings. That being said, there are understandings that there are significant events. So I'll use a Canada Day ceremony or a ribbon cutting or something to that nature where you're not furthering the business of the corporation, that there are parameters that allows councillors to gather in that state. Ultimately, the onus is on each of you. So each of you just need to be aware that of what the requirements are under the act, and when you're meeting, to just be cautious of those. So that's kind of my attempt at answering that, to be cautious and cognizant of it. But again, our practice is to ensure that if there are meetings being set up or anything to that nature, that there is not a quorum of council present.
Chair, through our chair, just another supplemental on that, if I might, may?
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Okay, so for example, if we were to attend the Canada Day event and there happened to be 6 of us there, as long as we did not promote the business or even talk about the business, we wouldn't be violating any rules. Or can you answer that at this time? Sorry to be so pointed. I wanted to talk to you before.
Okay.
I'm happy to chat with each of you if you have any specific concerns. My just general word of caution to everybody is perception and just being very cognizant of what you're talking about and what nature you're doing. So really it just comes down to making sure that any conversation that's furthering the business of the municipality is done in an open and transparent manner via a public meeting like we're having right now. So that's kind of my, again, attempt at answering that for you, but I'm always happy to have discussions with each of you if you have any questions.
Okay, did you have a question? Councillor
No, my
Nishikawa?
question was, could you please read the question if there's a question? Because I think we have to be very aware that we have a council meeting.
Yes, I'm very aware of that. Councillor Edwards, okay. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that the amendment to procedural bylaw 2019-09 as attached as Schedule A to report LS-2023-22 be approved, and that an amending bylaw be forwarded to council for final approval, and that amendments to policy C-GC-15 council and standing committee agendas as attached to report LS-2023-22 be approved. And that policy C-GC-07, council and committee and ad hoc committee principles, and policy C-GC-08, public delegations be hereby rescinded. Are there any comments? Councillor Bosemorth.
I don't think we need to give this deep consideration, but I find the 2-minute restriction for our delegates is very, very, very hard for most people to stick to. And, you know, it's painful and frankly borders on being unfair. Most people are not that organized and they can't get their words out. You know, at best you can speak 60, 70 words a minute. It's not a lot of time.
Okay.
We should give that some consideration, but we don't need to do that here today.
Sorry, just to build on that, if I could. As I was reading this, it also is, it's a bylaw, so it's not very helpful from a public standpoint to help guide these delegations. And for all of the joking about the bell, like we're trying our best as chairs to figure out how to help manage our time, be respectful to the people who want to come in. Is there going to be some enhanced, I'm going to say, guidance to all delegates?
Thank you for the question. Bylaws they do tend to be written in a very pointed manner because they do need to be more of the negative tone. What we are looking at doing, and it's part of our communication strategy, and we're looking at using this as kind of one of our case studies, is developing some information online for delegation requesters to go through ahead of submitting the request. So we're looking at developing the form and everything that they're going to submit so that we're getting all the information ahead of time that we need to have, as well as them going through a process before submitting that form that helps them formulate their presentations, gives a little bit more information, kind of has that more positive tone and how we can help them and some tools that are available to them. So we are looking at doing that as well as soon as this passes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you. I'm wondering, just like, again, not that I'm a time merchant here, but I'm wondering if, you know, we vote and when it comes to council next month, when these minutes come forward, that we, in fact, I may decide to pull them out. I think to Councillor Bosemorth's point, I think there needs to be more discussion about the 2 minutes. And I honestly think there needs to be more discussion about the 5 minutes, 7 days prior. That's old school. That is not 2023 to my mind. That is not being responsible to our taxpaying constituents who do have a voice and who want to be heard. And so I think to my good friend's point, who was a chair of Committee of Adjustment, so he knows with which he speaks, I'm certainly going to be happy to vote for this right here and now, because I think we could have a long discussion about it. But then I would just, for what it's worth, I would be pulling it out of next month and asking for a more fulsome discussion on it. Thank you.
So, okay. Do you want to comment at all or? Yes. Yes, please.
Thank you through the chair. Both great points. And I don't think there's too much in here in the proposed changes that are speaking to the 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 days. I honestly didn't look at that. I just wanted to focus on these 3. However, I will say again, this is your bylaw and you are absolutely at any time able to direct me to come back with a report and propose changes. I encourage that because you want to make sure that these meetings are operating the way that you want them to operate, because it's your bylaw. So absolutely, I would say in terms of the amendments that are before you, because there hasn't been any change, you wouldn't necessarily have to pull it at the council meeting, but you can absolutely direct me to come back with a report or have a discussion on it as well.
I think that's a great next step out of this. I don't know who is next, so I'm going to say Councillor Nishikawa, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. I'm going to suggest that it's just directed in this direction. I'm not sure. I'm a little concerned about, because we're sort of lumping in issues, but we shouldn't be lumping. I'm just saying. So specifically, The reason from my perspective, committees are where you ask the questions that's where you gain information, you gather all of it. So for instance, under the planning committee, that's where those people could be asking questions about that application that's happening next door to them. My understanding from past experiences is that, in fact, if there is a group of people or someone has something much more significant to offer to the discussion, they could have that conversation with the clerk or whomever and set up an extended timeline. So they could ask for 5 minutes. And in fact, so whether we need to address that differently, again, I'll have that conversation, with the clerk, but that's at committee level. I really want to be quite specific about what happens at committee versus council. So I don't want to personally extend the timeline at council past the 2 minutes, for instance, because we should be capturing these people before it gets to council. So if people are coming and saying, well, I didn't even know this application existed, sort of thing, then that's a different situation that we should be trying to identify and getting that information out to the public so that we can stick to our procedural timelines. So there's separate issues there, and just to say, well, they only get 2 minutes here. Like it's quite specific to whether it's committee or council. And so I'm going to just suggest that maybe our questions and things go to the clerk in that light of what we expect how our committees to work, because I will say the setup at district actually works pretty darn good. Again, at the committee level, there's lots of opportunity to hash out and to listen to people. And in fact, even to get permission from the committee that's there to speak, because you didn't get to, call in ahead of time. But that's at committee level. So I just wanted to sort of focus on the two different things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards.
I agree with Councillor Bosworth. 2 minutes is very, very short. Somebody drives a half an hour to come to a meeting and say you got 2 minutes. And that, I think that's one thing that we should be looking at. Secondly, with the committee here. So I'm just waiting until you finish. But people came in today, they're a delegation, they have their 5 minutes, but you don't discuss it. You wait till it's further on. I think they should get an answer right at the time, the same as committee of adjustment. You come in, that's your thing, you talk on it, we make a decision. It's almost like saying, well, go away and we'll talk behind your back and then we'll make that decision. That's what I've heard from some of the public. And they don't like it, and I think we should change that. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. I'm trying to understand the path forward today, that there are some changes that have been made to the procedural bylaw as recommended by our clerk for certain areas. But what this has done is it sparked some new areas that we want to contemplate. So what I was trying to get from our clerk is, because I've read this, is there a required amendment to direct further refinements, or can she have taken this feedback and come back at another point? Pulling it from a council agenda, to Councillor Nishika's point, isn't the time for us to have more robust discussion. I think we want to do this thoughtfully. So I'm going to now turn it back to the clerk to help guide us here.
Thank you. Through you. You do have a couple of options. So we could certainly amend this resolution to include some of the other matters that you'd like to see changed. And then I can include that in the bylaw that would come forward to the next meeting, but it would need to be quite specific in what you're looking to have so that I can make those appropriate changes for the bylaw to come forward. Alternatively, I am hearing some comments regarding the timing of meetings. There's a couple of other items that, being newer here, that I think you may want to have a discussion on, that perhaps I could bring a report back that says, here are some of, pick the top 10 things. Here are some of the things that we're currently doing. Here are some options of what you could consider to do, and then have a discussion around the table of what you'd like to see and direct me to make some further changes from there. So it would be a little bit of a longer process, but it would allow everybody some time to think about it, to contact me. I can put that report together for a number of items for you to consider. And I can do that. I don't need a resolution on that because that's something I'd be looking to do anyways.
Okay. Mayor Kelley.
A really quick question. I can't see it in the proposed revised draft, but I've always understood or believed that the chair has the discretion to extend time on a delegation. And so in the interim, until we sort out what the right time is, chairs who feel that somebody has way more to say than they can squeeze in could exercise that right on a case by case basis. I wouldn't want it to become habitual, but I mean, Councilor or Ms. Bridgeman today, for instance, we could have given her 2 more minutes or whatever.
She did get 2 more minutes,
I know.
just for clarity.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Zavitz, and then I just want to try and create a path forward.
Thank you. And through you, I'd certainly, given what the clerk has indicated as a wrap up, I would certainly be interested in deferment of this in terms of a staff report through our clerk. And this really is the first time we've had a fulsome, if you will, the beginning of a fulsome discussion on this topic. I've done it over the phone with our last 3 clerks. And, you know, this is fundamentally how we do business. So I don't think I would not be in favor of pushing something through today that then we can glue a couple of other pieces to it later on. I think we should take the time and do it right the first time. So I'm certainly in support of not voting it through today.
Okay. Councilor Nishikawa?
I'm concerned that if we don't pass this today, we're not moving forward with the intention what these items were doing. So we were trying to reestablish committees and those types of things.
Mm-hmm.
I see this as it is piecemeal, more or less. It has to be, in my opinion, because there's always new issues that come up and things. I would be concerned that we would be deferring this because we would just be setting ourselves back another month. When in fact, it's not, I don't think what I've read is saying that we can't add to or alter those timelines or all of those sort of things. But to not move forward the other items, I think is not helping us at all. I think establishing these other committees and that type of thing need to be dealt with today.
Susan, can't hear you.
Thank you. Councilor Roberts, I was going to allow our clerk to respond, and then I see that you had your hand up.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the comments. Just to kind of give a little bit of background of the process I was looking to take. The procedural bylaw hasn't been touched for some time, and that's due to a multitude of things. We had an election, we had turnover in staff. So based on changes in the act, based on changes in a new council, all of that, and change in a clerk, I did anticipate that there would be numerous changes coming forward. And rather than doing kind of a full overhaul of the bylaw and coming to you with a completely different version, I thought maybe I kind of break it into smaller pieces. If you'd like me to go and do a whole overhaul, I'm happy to do so, but I'm thinking this kind of allows us to do some trial and error as well. If I'm coming back every few months with some changes, then if there are things that aren't working, we change them back. So there's that option as well, but that was kind of just the piece that I wanted to add.
Okay. Councilor Roberts?
Very quickly, I echo what Councilor Nishikawa said, that we should not delay the good work that we've done now. We've read it. And I also support the idea of the clerk that she come back with the information that we have given her, or the questions or concerns. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments? I have read the question. All those in favor? Passes. Thank you. So all those opposed? Thank you. Had her hand up? Okay. Okay. So committee, we do have a council meeting. I'm wondering, I feel like there's a few items left on the agenda that we could just have a very quick comfort break and come back and then complete things. Is that a fair comment? Okay, and then that allows us to have a nice lunch before we could start off with council. So how about 1:45? If we could just resume back and we will just finish through this agenda. Thank you. 5 minutes. Thank you, committee. Is everybody back? I think we've got pretty much everybody back now. Councillor Kent looks like she might be off camera, but okay, we are moving on now to item 8A. We've all received the library minutes and the report. Is there any questions or comments on that? Seeing none, we will move on to item B, which is a report from our fire chief regarding mooring agreement, Lake Joseph Cottagers Association. Welcome.
How are you doing, Chair? In the interest of time, sorry, I just ran up the stairs because I saw you were doing this so quickly. I want to be assured that I'm not going to be long-winded here. I know, I'm really short-winded. Probably needed that. We have fireboats. So for committee's attention, we have fireboats. We have 4 of them. It cites in the report where they're moored. And one of the fireboats, it is moored in a place where there is a cottagers association. The report speaks for itself. The Cottagers Association would like to renew the agreement. The agreement costs us nothing. I stand for questions.
Fantastic report. Thank you. That was fantastic. Committee, any questions? Okay, seeing none, moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that the agreement between the township and the Lake Joseph Cottagers Landing, Inc., as attached to report number ES-2023-012, for the purpose of mooring a township fireboat be endorsed, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the necessary documents to proceed with the agreement. Are there any comments? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. We'll now move on to 9A, report from Mr. Moore.
Yes,
Welcome.
thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, committee. Today's report is just for information purposes. A small kind of housekeeping item.
Shut it off. Would you like me to start over? Okay. Good afternoon, committee. Today's report is for information purposes, a small housekeeping item. Annually, through our partnership with the Chamber of Commerce and our MOU, an annual work plan is provided upon budget approval to identify those year's initiatives in alignment with the funding provided. Staff are able to meet with the Chamber representatives upon the approval of this year's budget to revise that annual work plan, and it can be found attached to the report. I want to make sure that committee understands this is separate from the MOU itself, that we have identified that we will be reviewing with the Chamber in the upcoming months as well. So with that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Committee, are there any questions? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I guess I'm trying to be quite specific about, I'm not sure what the resolution will say, but my question would be to the mayor, that in fact, there's a lot of questions that of the information that was shared with us in a bigger picture from the Chamber. So for instance, I know myself and another councillor had a discussion about tourism, for instance, and the role of the Chamber in tourism. May I suggest that we can open this that fuller conversation up at a later date? Because it doesn't encapture like everything that presented at this time. Is that kind of the thought or idea of?
I think this is being directed to you.
I think it is. I think that's probably part of the bigger MOU discussion that's to come clearly before Corey moves on to his next role. Thank you.
Would you like to add further comment, Mr. Moore?
Yes, if I may, through you, Chair. That's correct. In reviewing the MOU with the chamber, we definitely plan to evaluate kind of big picture as a whole, that relationship, that partnership moving forward. And certainly a big piece of that is tourism and the visitor information services. Staff envision returning to this committee, preparing a presentation type discussion to provide that overview, potential opportunities available, and really get some clarity around how we envision our role moving forward, and the services that we are going to fund the chamber to provide for us. So certainly more to come and future discussion to be had.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you. I guess to you, Corey, if I might. So in the last term of council, we had a council representative on the board of the Chamber of Commerce. And of course, now with our newly elected officials, we don't have that presence as I understand it. And if we do, I'm wondering who that person is or what that entity is and or what's the future plan. If that is an MOU thing, I mean, I get it, you're going to wrap it up into that, but I'd be wondering who for the last 6 months has taken that role, if we have one at all. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. The councillor is correct. Given when the last term of council ended, the elected official that was representing the township on the chamber board, that ended with it. In the last 6 months, we haven't had an elected official on their board. Staff do attend their regular board meetings, provide input, updates on township initiatives, help answer questions, etc. But moving forward, as we review that MOU, I think that's certainly one area we want to look at, whether we're going to establish a continuation of that and elect a representative from our council to sit on their board. I'm not sure if perhaps Mayor Kelley has any other comments regarding that in terms of direction with our current council.
Mayor Kelley.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, yeah, the only other issue that we need to resolve is I don't think it was effective last time to sit on the board and have voting rights. So the question that has been put to the chamber, as I understand it, is whether they would accommodate a member on the board without voting rights so that we don't have to declare a conflict every time it comes. That would require them to take a look at whether they can do that under their bylaws. And if we can't, then whether or not they're willing to change their bylaws. But I think that's part of the MOU discussion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you, secondary question to that then, would that not be part of the protocol in place that, it didn't really end with the last term of council. I mean, if you will, until we change the bylaw, I would think that we as a group have a presence on the board of the Chamber of Commerce. So I don't think it's just an arbitrary, this Councilor Scott was saying no, but we didn't vote to take that person off, is my point, unless I missed that.
I'm going to ask, I guess Mayor Kelley would like to make a comment, and then I was going to ask staff if they have any further comments.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, that's a good question. My recollection is the appointment actually expired with the end of term. Okay. Just by natural, it dies at end of term.
Okay, thank you. Staff, do you have any further comment on that?
Sure. Through you, Chair, if I may, I might defer to the clerk if she could maybe just help clarify how it works with the ending of a term of council and their appointments to committees and maybe boards in that nature.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to do so. I would need to check the wording of the MOU specifically, but because it's not a local board that has their own act, so I'm talking about like a library board where they are able to continue past the end of the term of council because it says so in their legislation. Typically, any appointment would end with the term of council because they are appointed at the privilege of council. So once council ends, their appointment would come to an end, and that's typically how appointments are set up.
Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
So up until last term, and I was a director on the chamber prior to becoming a councillor, and have been part of the chamber for many, many years. up until last term, we never had a counselor as a voting member on the Chamber of Commerce. That, and in fact, that was never off. I was kind of surprised that it went in that direction. I believe that that is maybe a choice of the chamber at that time. Like, I don't know. I'd have to talk to the mayor at that point, but that is never, you know, yes, there would be a chamber member that would attend the events that they would be invited to, for instance, the after hour, those types of things. But again, knowing that, like, there were never voting rights and those types of things. I guess if there were some members that happen to be on council and that they happen to have a chamber membership, that's a very different conversation, because then there is a conflict, right? And so, but at this point, many of us are in conversation with the chamber. I don't think we're missing out on information at this time, but I would suggest allowing the procedure to happen, what we just, you know, voted on, and things to move that forward. But we never, this last term of council was the only one that I ever remember anybody having voting rights on the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay. So just for my clarity for staff, a council, an elected official representation on the chamber is something that's being contemplated in future discussions regarding the MOU. It sounds like there's a variety of things that need to be contemplated as to the appropriate way to do so. But just to try and close off this conversation, is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, I think a few of the points have been touched on, and I know it's of interest to the chamber too, to have that piece looked at and updated as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz, something new?
Thank you. Just a final point. I'm not an advocate at all. I'm not being an advocate of having a presence on the Chamber of Commerce, nor having voting. I'm simply asking for clarification as to where we are now 6 months later. Thank you. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I have nothing to read. There's no resolution. That was for information, correct?
Just for information
Councillor
purposes.
Edwards.
Well, if there's no resolution, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay,
And
yes.
that, I'm looking at page 101, where their expenses were 56,995, and I know we only gave them 50,000. There was Councillor Roberts sent an email around the other day. I just wanted to straighten some stuff up. Somebody had mentioned that the budget for the Muskoka tourism is $400,000, and we're paying 40% of that. Well, actually, we're not. When you take a look at the line, it's only $365,245, and there is some other expenses in there. So they're only $340,945. And we're only paying 36.8% of that, not the 40%. So that brings it down to about 125,468 compared to what he would have thought it was 160,000. That. And when you look at what they had 350 members in 22. They're only figured they're going to have 250 this year. Our Chamber of Commerce has more members than the Muskoka tourism, and yet and all of the funding that we give them goes directly into our community, not elsewhere. And that, I think we're really handicapping them, and we should look at that come budget time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not quite sure. I don't know that it sounds like there's some conversation happening that not all of us have that same information. So I was trying to follow along, but I am going to ask staff. I think that was just a comment, right? There's no question in there for staff. Okay. 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 Thank you. Okay, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have read the report in detail, as we all have. And I have 4 suggestions and 1 question. The suggestions I have is the title on Appendix 2 which is the services work plan, page 116B, retitled to 2023 Muskoka Lakes Chamber Work Plan, rather than Muskoka Lakes 2023 Visitor Information Service Work Plan. Number 2, in the staff report, Appendix 1, 2020 Memorandum of Understanding, page 103, should be identified in the staff report as the current MOU, because there's no mention in there of that. In the staff report, Certificate of Liability Insurance, page 115, should be referred to as an example, or referred to as an example of the liability insurance, which is updated annually. Number 4, the 2023 work plan should only include deliverables and not include any reference to any recommendations such as dropping metric reports, page 122, out of work plan scope activities, requests for further investment from the township. I suggest that all these points be included in the staff report and not in the work plan. And my question is, what are staff's thoughts on my suggestions?
Okay. Mr. Moore?
Sure, through you, Chair. Sorry, I was trying to keep notes of a few of the suggestions. I think some of them are minor, I think in nature. Certainly wouldn't disagree with any of them. I think the report itself has already kind of been published with the agenda and everything in that regard. Any changes to the actual work plan itself, so that's Appendix 2, we can certainly pass those suggestions on to the chamber. After all, it is their work plan that they've provided to us to have that guiding document. And then when they report back in Q4 of this year, they'll report back on these initiatives specifically. So it'll give committee the ability to kind of determine and understand their reporting metrics and the value associated with it in terms of the funding we provide to those certain areas as well. I hope that helps a little bit.
And just to follow up, like certainly if there's any specific, just to follow up with you directly, if it's minor by nature. Thank you.
Certainly, yes.
Okay, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. So if I look at the MOU, point number 6, under reporting, it says very clearly, and I don't see any other document here that negates this current MOU status, if you will. Item 6 says, a township council representative will be appointed as a voting member of the MLCC board and will act as a liaison between TML and MLCC. So it doesn't mention that, except if there's an election. So I'm wondering about the continuity piece. It also says at the very end of it, it is also acknowledged and encouraged that the MLCC may also provide ongoing updates, information, and advice to a TML committee or council. So to Councillor Nishikawa's earlier point, if there's information being exchanged about the chamber, and we as a group aren't aware of it, one wonders about that. So I just want to make sure that we're not in breach of an agreement that we have. It doesn't actually say till 2024 on that front page. And I'm not really trying to go into the weeds with this, but that item 6 is fairly important. If we read it, we do not have representation as a group here at the Chamber of Commerce right now. And as I understand it, they've met with staff and perhaps the mayor to talk about the work plan for the next year. And in fact, we should have a representative of ours here at those meetings, as I understand it, unless perhaps clerk, you could provide rationale to why we don't. Thank you.
I think I'm going to allow ask our CAO to.
You okay with that?
Chime in.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. So there have been discussions with the executive director at the chamber. So this wasn't a unilateral decision that there isn't a member of council sitting on the board. So just to allay your fears that we've gone offside on an agreement we had with the party. The other party is aware and they haven't, their comfortable with that. And I think in terms of the communications piece, as Mr. Moore had indicated, staff are attending. So if there are clear communications needed to the Chamber's board from staff or on behalf of council, behalf of the committees, that's happening, and we are able to bring messages back as well from the Chamber as well. So I think that helps with the intent and the spirit of what that clause was trying to achieve, is to ensure that there was that series of back and forths that needed to happen between the two parties. Hope that helps.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Again, just thank you, and with all due respect, we as an entity aren't aware of that. There's no information imparted here. In fact, what I know about what you've just said, because I hear it on the street. I get phone calls, I get people sending me texts. I'm aware, but I'm only aware through an informal process, not in a formal process that the township is working with the Chamber. And, our presence right now formally isn't acknowledged, if you will, in terms of a representative. So that's all I'm really saying here, is that I'm well aware that there's a lot of dialogue going on back and forth, but I'm just sort of questioning the process. It's like we're doing it behind the scenes, right?
And I don't have really much to add to my earlier comment, other than the issue with the previous arrangement, as it was noted, is whatever conversations were happening at Chamber's board weren't able to be reported back to council because of the voting status. So that was kind of a bit of an impediment, I guess, to what the intent was. So I think the ends of what we're trying to achieve are probably better served through this structure than they may have been through the previous one.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. I don't see anything under unfinished business. So I am going to move on to the new business section, and those were the items. There are a few in there, and I think after this morning's conversation, we will need to add one more item under there. And that was with regards to the Residents Against Muskoka Poverty, the RAMP program. There is an ask to have a further discussion on that particular item. So perhaps we should put that one forward first. Do I need to read anything, or do I just?
They did provide me with some wording when they left, so I did prepare.
Okay. You did, okay, fantastic. So I believe, if I recall our conversation earlier today, there was an ask from that program to be able to use our logo and our endorsement or support for their initiative. I believe that was their ask, and that they have a resolution that they had received or they have had from Lake Bays. Is that correct? That we could use. So I think that's the conversation we would like to have right now. Is that something we would like to contemplate? So, okay, thank you. Is there any kind of, I will read this then, the resolution that's in front of me, and then we can have a conversation. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Mayor Kelley. Whereas council received a presentation from the Residents Against Muskoka Poverty, RAMP, an organization addressing systemic barriers that keep people in poverty, and also provides some combination of the training knowledge, connections, skills, and services, attitudes, and tools required to liberate people from cycles of poverty. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Muskoka Lake supports RAMP as an honorary champion in shining light on programs that help people overcome the obstacles they encounter while lifting themselves out of poverty. So that is the resolution. At this point, I'll ask committee if there's any comments. Okay, seeing none, I will now call the question. All those in favor? Fantastic, thank you. Nope, that's the wrong one. Thank you. Okay, the second item under new business is the topic on the Bala Arena and the asset renaming application by Mr. Edwards. I have something to look at? No. Okay, so there was a request from the community, and I think at this point we don't have anything in front of us, but it is on here for us to discuss. So, Councillor Nishikawa.
I respectfully ask that this be moved to a task force or working group. Because it piggybacks with some other issues with the arena and things. And so I think that this should be a group made up of citizens, quite frankly, because there's a lot more information that should be discussed that maybe wasn't brought forward today. And so I just want to move it forward in that way.
Okay. Councillor Zavitz?
Yes, thank you. Through you, totally supportive of that activity. I think with the asset management and other things that we have going on, I think that we need to take our time with this and do the right thing. So I would certainly, now I'm a little concerned about, you know, a group, a working group and whatever that means. And it's so fresh, you know, on our subject matter, to kick this thing down the road 6 months or whatever. I don't know how we put a time frame on it, but I would think we should be dealing with this in some sort of a timely manner. I'm not sure what that means, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Kelley?
Thank you. And through you, I agree with Councilor Nishikawa's suggestion. I would ask, because I just don't know, do we need also to consider an overall or revisiting an overall policy for naming, or is it just simply to look at this one isolated matter?
So perhaps I could just ask the clerk about our current policy as it relates to this, if you could give us a 101.
So we do have a current asset naming policy, and it is quite broad in what people can bring forward. And that is the application form as well. It is outlined in there, which Mr. Edwards did file with us, which is why it came forward today. It is quite broad in that someone could file an application to name something for historical purposes, for geographical purposes. There's even a line that any current or past resident for any matter, that type of thing. So it's a very broad policy at this time. Staff have chatted about it and could potentially be looking at dividing it up and having something like an asset naming policy and then a dedication policy. So it kind of divides the matter. So large assets could be, and this is just throwing out different, just kind of preliminary investigations. We could look at doing asset naming for kind of the larger scale things. So again, you know, a lot of buildings were called the centennial buildings when the centennial year was upon us. So things like that, where the dedication policy would look at having something in memory. So it could be a bench or a tree or something like that. So we've just been looking at what some other municipalities are doing, and that's something that they're looking at. In regards to the application or the request before us, we are working with our current policy that's in place, which does say any current or past resident of the municipality.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz and then Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, and through you to the clerk. So when I see Jerry Dunway on in downtown Bala, for example, is that a wayfinding policy or something that is signage, or has that tucked into our existing bylaw that is fairly broad in scope? I'm just wondering how that particular street got named or sub-named, because it's still Bala Falls Road. So I'm wondering if in parallel, what the township, not so much how it happened, but the township procedural scenario that dictated that happen, and do we have others like that throughout the township? Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you. Thank you for the question. I'm not aware of the process that was taken for the one that you spoke about, and I don't know if our director could speak to that, or perhaps I could ask our deputy clerk to pop up, because I know that there's a wealth of knowledge there as well. One I can speak to is the room downstairs, so the Wendy Oliver room, which went through this process. So it was a past staff member who had passed away, and council passed a resolution to rename that room. So that is one that I'm aware of that had happened. But if there's another one, I don't have a lot of history on a lot of the other ones that have happened. I just know that this process has been taken before in the past.
Okay, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would bring up a couple points and remind committee that we do have a recreation master plan. And part of the recreation master plan, the 108 recommendations, it talks about this subject, I believe. I'd also like to remind committee that we are doing a feasibility report on arenas. So, and we don't know where we're going to land on what arenas, where the arenas are, or we have the 2 arenas that we're going to rebuild. And that in the town of Bracebridge, what they did was with their new arena, they sold the naming rights to that arena, or provided the arraignment to a local builder or a local, and as they did with the library, as a funding avenue. So I think this has to have a lot of consideration. I like the idea of re-looking at the whole policy and how we proceed on that. And at this time, we should just sort of defer this application until we have further thought on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Muskoka?
Thank you. I guess that's much along the line with it that I started out with, that we just, in this particular ask, that a committee be formed for that particular discussion. There's so much more involved, and in fact, I'm finding myself thinking about all the locations that we've done dedications, and I realize that our council isn't aware of those locations, and so I will meet with town staff and actually create a document that shows where all these locations and the meaning of them. And so, for instance, remember the lion that we had sitting in here, which is still down there are reasons and things like that. And so it is important for council to be aware of, you know, we do have a number of dedications in Bala alone, and Port Carling. And so again, some of those conversations also should be involving the Heritage Committee, much along the line what Susan Deglich brought forward last year. Thank you.
So thank you, Councillor Nishikawa. And I'm trying to figure out a path forward for this particular one. And I'm wondering if we could ask staff to help guide us with that coming back next month, just to, there will be a process I think we have to go through in refining or updating our policies, it sounds like, but we also have a very real request in front of us. So I think that's, you know, we owe it to both to make sure we've done this in a thoughtful way. So I guess with a reasonable request, I guess I'm asking, is it a reasonable request of staff to come back next month with some kind of guidance to us on how to move forward?
Just formulating my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank
you for the question. I think there's a couple of options. I'm hearing a working group. So the motion that was passed today won't be ratified until next month when the bylaw passes. However, as soon as that bylaw passes, we could have a resolution on the agenda that we establish a working group and have the mandate clearly stated who's going to be on that group or who we're going to look for to sit on that group and such. So we could certainly have a resolution at the council meeting to deal with that. Next month. Yes. Next month. So if you'd like to provide direction at this time to do so, you're welcome to do that. It's kind of because there's 2 matters at play. There's the application before us, and then I'm hearing some comments on the policy. So I think I would just need some direction. And are you looking to establish a group to look at the policy or establish a group to look at this specific application? So I think that's
so. So I think just when I was asking the question, I think it's to help guide us so we can make that decision. Is it possible to have some kind of a report to say what do we need to do in order to introduce us even to what the policy is today? And then there's going to be a bit of a process that we have to follow, I would imagine, to create both of those policies. But separate to that, we have this group. And is there a recommended approach to this current application? It would just give everybody some time to think about what that approach should look like versus coming up with the idea currently today. But that's where I was landing. I see Mayor Kelley may be able to help us out here.
Thank you. And through you, I'm wondering if it might be most useful to ask staff to come back next month, council, with some proposed terms of reference for a working group that could be as narrow as dealing with this one single request, or as broad as a complete review and analysis of what goes into these types of requests when they come in, and then we can debate at that time how far we want to take it, or whether we want to, you know, deal with this one first and then go back and address the overall policy separately. But if we had sort of a term, some set of, we probably almost need two different terms of reference. One very narrowly focused on today's request, one more broadly cast in light of the fact that we probably need to consider a lot more issues than just simply a yay or a nay on the request.
Okay, I'm going to ask our clerk to add any final thoughts on that approach.
Certainly. So having staff come back with a report in terms of regarding a terms of reference for the direct ask and in terms of reference for the overall plan, and then have a discussion at that time. I'll work on some wording for that.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not going to be reading anything right now. We're working on that. Is that correct? Okay. Okay, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you to that point to the clerk. You know, and again, I'm an oversharer here, but I am in no way in a position to comprehend the worthiness of the particular ask. I think if you can come forward next month as a staff report with, I mean, I don't really care what other townships and municipalities have done. This is on us, right? We've been asked a question, but you know, we had a doctor in Bala for 47 years. We're not naming it the Doc Crowitz Memorial Arena, or that idea hasn't been brought forward. So I'm just, again, oversharing here. This is going to be a big deal. This is not an easy, you know, we shouldn't vote today to say yay, nay. Certainly, we're not prepared to do that. And I think the information in front of us, you know, we have a request from the public, very eloquently put, so that's a placeholder. I look forward to your report next month. Thank you.
Councillor Edwards.
I just wanted to go on record that Mr. Edwards that made the presentation is not a relative. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Am I reading a resolution now then, or do you want me to continue on?
Need a minute or two to do this if you'd like to move on.
Oh, we can move on to this next one. Okay, the next, sorry, are there any other comments on the arena? I think the path forward, we will read a resolution shortly, but the path forward is we want to do this thoughtfully, and there's a lot more than to this. So item 11B, National Hockey League. There was a request to come forward. Any kind of comments? Councillor Nishikawa?
I don't know what this looks like today from the presentation that we received. We have had junior A teams actually in our township. And I would suggest that the reporting that was given back to this municipality, we didn't know the success or the failure and all of those types of things. I'm more interested in finding out how the past happened. I'd like to hear from the figure skating club, who, it's interesting, we only talked about minor hockey. The figure skating club is a huge important part of the Port Carling community. And so I want to just have a bigger understanding on, you know, if we're going to move forward on this, how does it affect all of the groups? I'm a little bit challenged about some of the asks about renting out the boards and those types of things. Therefore, I'm not able to move this forward today. I just need to do a little more research for myself. And I followed the Shield from the beginning. I was, you know, certainly the Bears from historic, you know. So I'm just saying that this feels different, and I'm just not understanding it yet.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Kelley and then Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Through you, I think in this particular case, I'm in agreement again with Councillor Nishikawa. I couldn't discern what was being asked of us, quite frankly. I liken it to being asked to invest in something, but I couldn't get a handle on what the prospects for success were. So I think in all honesty, we should probably, if it's possible, go back with a request of Mr. Whiteley that he bring back fairly comprehensive understanding of the proposal, of a business plan. He's proposing to have access to the rink 20 weeks of the year, if I understood correctly, including playoffs, practice time, boards. All of that stuff is a part of our township's asset. And if we're going to lease it or lend it, if we're going to invest in it, I think we need to understand a heck of a lot more than we do right now, but what the prospects are for success. And I gather there's been a lot of conversation. I've heard it several times today. I heard it several times today from Mr. Whiteley, that between him, Whiteley and Kyle. And I'm not sure that we need to get something translated into a meaningful document that we can look at and understand if this makes any sense to us. I think given the recent experience with, what was the last one? Shield? I think the Shield here, there's probably good lessons to learn, to be learned about why that didn't last longer than it did. But I still, the initial onus, I think, has to go back to Mr. Whiteley to make this, to flesh out the request. We understand better what he's looking for.
Just before I go to you, Councillor Roberts, I wanted to ask staff, because I think Councillor Nishikawa brought up some other, there's always implications, right? So one element is the viability of this business model that's being proposed to us. This was just introduced as a new topic today. But there are other users of these facilities, and what is that kind of cascading impact on the rest of the community? So to me, it almost lands in the realm of staff report, but I guess I'm looking to you as your thoughts on that.
Madam Chair, in response to the mayor, I think he's dead on. I think the deputant perhaps overstated a little bit the extent of interaction with staff to date. Kyle, just for the information of committee, is the arena's supervisor. And I gather that there's been a couple of phone calls and obviously one site meeting just for him to review the arena and determine its suitability for their purpose. I wholeheartely agree with the mayor that there is, and Councillor Nishikawa, that there is a whole host of information that has not been thought through properly. I would suggest that the best thing to do is to allow me to go back and try and get this guy to frankly state in a very clear and concise way what is it he is proposing. What are the implications? Then staff can take that proposal, review it in the context of our existing, I won't say commitments because we have no formal commitments with anybody else, but certainly our past practices with respect to other user groups like the Figure Skating Club, which is a very prominent one of our clients, as well as the recreational junior hockey program that we run out of Port Carling. And then we'll come back to you with a report that will summarize this and put it into some sort of context and provide you with a recommendation how we might perhaps move forward. But I certainly wouldn't suggest for a moment that we should be making any decisions on the basis of the discussion or the presentation that you received this morning.
Okay, thank you. No, you're good. You do have your hand up? Okay.
I do too.
Yes, you do. So I'm going to ask Councillor Roberts first, and then I'll come back to you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've got to divide this in two. And I support all the thoughts that went on before. But I remember the delegate talking about for this year, he would forego any decision or thoughts or on the boards and all that kind of stuff. He's basically that would go back to, so we could do that with everything that everyone said. But basically we have a customer who wants to rent ice. And we have not a lot of ice being rented. So he should be like anyone that would send an app, would meet with the Director of Public Works and say, I would like to rent ice at Bala or Port Carling, and I'm willing to pay the current cost. And we are trying to get, so I think that's we should give them that option to go ahead. If you want to pony up X number of dollars to that which you're not getting now, that we should allow them to do it. All the other stuff, I agree with everything that was said before. So those are my thoughts, and thought I would like to turn that over to my peers to see what they thought. To just address it as a straight ice rental, first come, first serve.
So Director Becking, and in just as a follow-up to Councillor Roberts' question there, if in your discussions with this gentleman, if we view it also as an opportunity for further revenue of renting their ice, which is something, it is a goal of ours. I think that's just the request, that we do want to try and encourage that as well.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I guess my observation, however, would be that the proposal is not just to rent ice. If it was simply a matter of renting ice, it wouldn't be before you, because it would already happen. This individual is trying to structure for all practical purposes, a semi-professional hockey team, which he intends to run as a business. And he is asking for the township to agree to certain concessions in order to make it a financially viable proposal. So with respect, I don't believe that you can separate the simple renting of ice time from the broader business related elements of the proposal, which frankly, we have nothing of any substance at this point.
Okay, I see Councillor Nishikawa.
Supplemental on that.
Okay, I will. Okay.
It's a supplemental on the same theme. But I would ask propose or suggest to the Director of Public Works that this could be offered to this, none of the other concessions, just straight renting of ice. And so just for him to consider that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I just wanted to share with folks that we had a situation in Bala many years ago where a theater group came in and in fact, there was a lot, it wasn't a very kosher thing, or like it just a very the way it all happened. But in fact, long-standing tenants. So we would have fitness classes in the summer running. We'd have all of these other things that always, well, then they were not available any longer to the community. So now we just have this theater group. And that community center has not recovered since that theater. We don't have the activities. We don't have, so all of those volunteers, everybody else that was well engaged in the community and the community center. And then the reason why I spoke about the arena, or excuse me, the skating club, because I'm also aware of, in February, we have the Port Carling days, and we should be like, how is that going to be affected, by this group and things like that. So that's like, we just don't have all the information in front of us. But I will tell you that what happened in Bala was really a shame, and we've never recovered from it. The community, in my opinion, has not recovered.
Okay, thank you. So I think at this point, the direction or the ask is of staff to come back with a report. Thank you. Do you need a resolution for that?
This clerk's call. I know what my marching orders are.
Would you like a resolution? I think our clerk would like a resolution because she's typed it up for me. Am I going to read this one right now then? Or, okay. Okay. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that staff be directed to work with Shawn Whiteley regarding the request for a National Junior Hockey League in Port Carling and associated requests of the league. And that staff report back with the recommendations and proposed agreement to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works. Any further comments? Okay, all those in favor? Excellent, that's carried. Thank you. This, I'm going to read a motion for the previous discussion on the Bala Arena. Moved by Mayor Kelley, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that staff be directed to report back with the terms of reference for a working group to address the request from Justin Edwards to rename the Bala Arena in honor and memory of the late Peter Cowan, as well as the terms of reference for a working group to investigate potential policy changes in relation to asset renaming and naming in memory for committee consideration. Are there any further comments or questions? Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That is carried. And I believe that those were the ones, right? Excellent. Thank you. We are now going to move on to the District of Muskoka updates. And I'm going to start because I am looking right at you, Councillor Nishikawa and Mayor Kelley.
So I'll just quickly talk about health services, and interestingly, between Mayor Kelley and Guy Burry, we had some interesting conversations about the cost of Fairburn and the cost of the interest in particular, in the range of $30 million. And I'm rounding, sorry, it's not 400, but I'm just rounding. So I'm just saying that, for the most part, it's a big hit to the taxpayers in our district. A big hit. And they've looked at the options or the opportunities. And I would just say that I'm hoping that there's going to be some ways moving forward of sharpening our pencils, but it also was quite it brought me to the opinion that I need to bring a resolution forward to our next committee meeting to actually discuss that maybe the province should be paying this chunk of cash, and that we need to be more direct about what we ask from the province instead of being told by the province that the municipalities are going to pay for things and then told, and by the way, it's going to be this big. So for instance, I was looking at a report from Sudbury, and they were in the same boat. Okay, don't go small, like don't go medium size, go big, right? And that has put us in a situation where it's just financially not feasible. So again, we're talking about $92 million at the district level for this particular facility. So I just think we need to pay attention and in fact be a little bit more forceful with the province of what they're telling us to do, but also what we're willing to do.
Thank you. Mayor Kelley.
Thank you. And just to keep it tight and just following on Councillor Nishikawa's comments on Fairburn, every undertaking, every capital investment that's being made municipally, either here in the township or district-wide, is being ravaged by inflation. So every time something gets approved, literally 10 minutes later, the cost has escalated, and it's really apparent in the hospital build, proposed build. And it's going to be an expensive hit for our taxpayers to support the local share commitment. And at this point in time, it's just going to be expensive. I forget how much of it's already public, so I'm just going to stay quiet on the fact that it's an expensive undertaking. We're still a long way from breaking ground, which means that it's going to be considerably more expensive than we think it is today, which is a lot more than it was a couple of years ago when it got approved. So not great news. It requires a lot of fortitude to be able to say no to things that continue to escalate in cost.
Okay, Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. Speaking of that, the homeless prevention program staffing resources. We got $2,068,200. So they've gone from part-time staff to full-time, 3 permanent full-time staff. And the Muskoka Land Trust, we've given them $55,000 to assist with staffing and developing a strategic plan. For the grant of $97,000 now has been approved. And that is basically all, unless you want to get into plans of subdivision and other municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 11D, community events. Are there any? Okay.
I will just throw it again. Everyone circle July 15th on your calendar, 150th anniversary.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. I don't think we have any other items under general information. So with no closed session, so I think we can adjourn. Oh my goodness, what a miracle. Okay. Sorry, did you have? Oh, please, yes, okay. So it is currently 1:45. I will call the question in a moment. Did we want to give 1 hour for lunch, Mayor Kelley? It's back at 2:45 for council.
45. Yeah, let's 45 minutes work for staff. And let's be back here at 2:30.
2:30? Okay. Eastern Standard Time. Excellent. Okay. Okay, here we go. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that this meeting adjourn at 1:43. I give myself an extra minute there. And the next regular meeting of the General Finance Committee will be held on Wednesday, July 12th, 2023 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair electronically from the council chambers, municipal office in Port Carling, Ontario. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Have a wonderful day. We'll see you at 2:30.
Because my microphone was off, you may not have heard online, but we're going to resume with council at 2:30.